United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. The whole wide world around. The whole wide world around. The whole wide world around today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. Time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our units. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there
screaming from the windows, trapped like a herd, nowhere to go. The 8th and 9th floors, facing an inferno of heat and flames, a living horror show. Young immigrants just trying to earn a living, brutally exploited in a place so unforgiving. One door was locked, the other was blocked. The elevator crashed, the fire escape collapsed. Choking from the smoke, unable to breathe. The fire engines came, but the ladders didn't reach. They started jumping, you could hear the thuds. 62 pools of mangled limbs and blood, 129 women, 17 men. Never see their friends or their family again. When you don't have a union, you don't have a chance. Death and injury will come to dance. The owners, Blank and Harris, were arrested and tried. With money and slick lawyers, justice was denied. But when the dead were buried, 100,000 came. The New Deal was born, it was time for a change. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. Decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. It's either race to the bottom or take the struggle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. On the frontiers of the global wilderness, at the Hamim factory inside Bangladesh, a mirror image from a century before. The fire escape, locked and blocked doors, jumping from the windows of wage slavery down into the sidewalks of eternity. The causes unknown that can't be ignored. Another callous owner like all the ones before. 28 more who didn't have to die. On the altars of greed, it's just another sacrifice. Working for the Gap, Walmart and the rest. Places like Honduras, China, Bangladesh. 28 cents an hour, 7 days a week. A prison tower in a sweatshop factory. Behind the fancy clothes and toys they want to sell ya. Hundreds of fires they just don't tell ya. After decades of struggle, made things better than before. They shut them down and moved their jobs offshore. Out of sight, out of mind. They hope we never stop them, or they wage their class war and take us to the bottom. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. A decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. See the race to the bottom or take this battle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten. Don't let the message be forgotten. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist.
A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a park. I'm telling you to your face. If you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe. But no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a park. I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe. But no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I do.
These are Woody Guthrie's words.
1 second.
He wrote.
Sorry about that. I do want to apologize for the lateness of the hour. Intended to go a lot earlier, and oh boy, things keep thinging, don't they, folks? All right. Jay the Cryptid, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Let's start a snack chain in the comments. Popcorn emoji, popcorn emoji, popcorn emoji. Am eating like a splurging peasant tonight. Homemade toasted cheddar garlic bread with herb cream cheese. Bread emoji, cheese emoji.
Also, that sounds delicious. I had to have some Indian food and a heart-to-heart with my partner, because fuck, things are getting scary here, folks. I mean, they've been scary, but they're getting scarier. Did something good happen? No, the opposite of that. Actually. Hope you're safe. Haha, we're not, because we're living under a goddamn military occupation. What is happening to our state right now? Fucking the fascists are fucking it up. That's what's happening to our state right now. Careful covering the ICE stuff. I feel like using some of the publicly available clips is going to be all right. I clonus, but I appreciate it. And you know, we'll see. we'll see how this goes. Let's be serious tonight. We'll be doing our best, all right? Maliki, thank you for the $5
My father died
dono.
yesterday. He was
Oh,
an
God.
asterisk who ruined my youth. But it makes me still sad. Mixed feelings are difficult. Sorry for your state. Stay strong.
Very true. Mixed feelings can be really, really hard. Is Twitch chat still working for folks? I'm gonna exit out of Twitch chat, actually. Or Twitch. Riverboat chat and relaunch it, because it's being weird on my end. There we go. There we go. Thank you all for the support, folks. Maliki, I'm really sorry for your loss.
It's understandable if you want to take time off from streaming. Protect yourself and your loved ones.
No, I feel like this is like the most important time for me to be streaming, you know, during the hard times. Like, this is like I am limited in a number of different ways, but this is the thing I'm good at. You know, collecting the information, presenting it to you, giving you guys analysis, like that's what I'm good at. You know, this is what I'm going to do to try and do my part, you know? Yeah. An ICE vehicle got abandoned. Yes, we'll talk about it. For obvious reasons, chat. As many of you know, we talked about this briefly yesterday. A bunch of ICE info got leaked out into the wild. I'm not going to link to it anywhere here. It is out there. You can go find it. But it is, you know, don't share it here, because Twitch in particular gets really skittish about stuff like that. I'm also turning off alerts, because we're going to be talking about a lot of serious stuff, and I don't want someone dropping a dono that says poo poo pee pee poo poo pee pee over and over again, like 12 times. But I will read off and respond to your comments when I can, and if not, we'll do it at the end of stream. Gemma Giraffe, thank you for the $5 super chat. In happy news, I received my Imogene Olivia order and wore it a few times. Love it so much. Great work to your partner and yourself. Thank you. I can't really take any of the credit for it. My partner went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world, and when she saw that I was having trouble finding like good lingerie that was feminine and fun, she decided that she would tackle the problem of like trans femme lingerie, because it it does exist. You can find it, but like a lot of the designs are not great or more oriented towards like kind of a unisex aesthetic, which is not exactly what, you know, a lot of trans femmes want. And like for people who do want that unisex aesthetic, it's great. But there's other stuff for that. What's a oh lingerie? Ling. Wait, I need to actually type it out. Lingerie. There we go. Lingerie. There you go. I'm so used to like writing things that sometimes saying it out loud makes me second guess myself. But it's like fancier underwear, you know, like you can buy like a 5-pack of tidy whitey Hanes at like Target. But like if you want something like fancy to like impress your significant other or make you feel sexier, like you got to get a little fancier with it, you know? Brutus Magnuson, thank you very much for the $50 super chat. We do make us safe, and I do regret to inform you guys that you know is going to remain to be the case for a while. And we'll get to why that is. Same News, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Does it have it does not have pockets because it is underwear meant to be worn under your clothes or as a standalone piece in the bedroom. In positive news, my 2-year-old niece said happy birthday to me today. I do think that, like, hold on to those moments, Zolta, because, like, that's what's going to get us through these times. No cargo lingerie, you know, maybe in the future. Well, yes, also it is built to accommodate you know, your nether regions. So I guess a pocket like that. There will also be an enhancing fit for bottoms that comes out in the future that will have a pocket for other things explicitly to lift other things. Cargo lingerie. Yeah, I know that's gonna. I know that's gonna appeal to like a weirdly large number of you guys. But there are going to be new designs, new colors, etc. coming to Imogene Olivia. So if any of you guys want to check that out, it'll be coming in the near future. Right now, it's, you know, it's going into production, so it'll be a little bit. Whoo, folks! I am going to skip the part where I say hello to all of you, and you know, we're gonna do like just a small icebreaker because I thought it was funny. And then we're gonna hop into the serious shit. Again, just real quick, folks, if you needed a refresher on how the brain of the President of the United States is, 1, projecting like crazy, and 2, just completely gone. Like on the level of a child who has yet to learn how to read, I present to you this 11-second long clip.
It's actually a legal definition, whole milk, and it's whole with a W for those of you that have a problem. Most of the media will get that.
Never in my life have I ever encountered anyone who's like, whole milk? Is that milk with a hole in it? I've never... Well, wait. The one exception is maybe like those of you who are like, you know, more into like the hentai community or something like that. Like something like a little bit more out there, you know? Like, no judgment on you guys. But I don't think any of you guys even have confused whole milk for whole milk. You know what I'm saying? This man's brain is turning into whole milk, and I'll let you decide which one I'm talking about. With all that Let me know what you think in the comments. Is the president okay? Yes, no, arguments for and against. And leave a comment, do the things, like it and share it around. But dear Lord, his brain is just gone. Ugh. Yeah, he's going full Biden. He's Bidening harder than Biden ever did. All right. Ay, ay, ay. Has the president ever been okay? No. Ew. Ew. Okay, you guys stop being gross. Stop being gross. Stop being gross. All right. Now we got a little bit of our wiggles out. We got a little bit of our wiggles out. How does one find out if they're intersex? I would imagine like genetic testing, or I don't know, finding out you have unexpected organs. Always wiggling for you. Thank you, Prince Seal. I appreciate it. All right, folks. I opened that. I'm not going to read that comment out loud. Okay, folks. Here we go. So, folks, it has been just an absolutely wild 24 hours in terms of what is happening here in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and beyond. The pressure on Congress has definitely ramped up, and the open debate around whether or not ICE will receive funding has kind of taken on a new life of its own. And I wanted to share with you guys here this clip of Mike Johnson talk, and this might seem a little bit dry, but we'll get there. Talking about why he thinks ICE needs to be fully funded, and Democrats are just being crazy about this stripping funding away from ICE thing.
Mr. Speaker, the president is meeting tomorrow with Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado. Do you have any plans to meet with her as well?
I don't. It's not on. I don't think it's on the schedule. I haven't looked ahead in my defense, but I think I believe our Hispanic caucus is hosting her, and maybe some other members, so I'm not sure.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of Democrats are saying that they want to add riders or oversight to ICE funding in the Homeland Security bill. What are your thoughts about doing that?
I think there's a lot of Democrats playing games right now with national security and with law enforcement, and I think it's dangerous. ICE is doing what ICE is designed to do by its very name. It's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are enforcing federal law. They're going and getting dangerous criminals, sometimes in sanctuary cities where they get too much resistance. And we've seen the tragic consequences and effects of that. So I don't think we need to be cutting funding right now. I think the American people want the law to be enforced, and I think we need to let law enforcement do its job.
This is one of the most heinous things I've ever heard a bureaucrat say. Just as we flipped over to this comment, we had Attack on Pony Productions and YouTube chat say, my half-siblings are in the hospital because ICE attacked their mom for not giving ID. Their mom has a severe concussion and a missing tooth. My 15-year-old half-sister and her mom were just picked up by my 15-year-old half-sister and her mom were just picking up my 11-year-old half-bro. That's just somebody in this community present right now. And what is happening here is not ICE doing its duty. It is not ICE following the law. It is not ICE, doing anything to keep communities safe. ICE is going in and looking for anyone who looks vulnerable. In Minneapolis in particular, they're going around to known queer areas of town and staking them out, circling around blocks. There are reports, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, of ICE circling around Spanish immersion schools or standing on the other side of the street in order to heckle parents and teachers, threatening to come and arrest them and arrest children. This is not lawful behavior. This is a coordinated attack on Minnesota, on Minneapolis, but not just Minnesota and Minneapolis. Like, multiple other states are also feeling this. There are reports tonight that ICE is now going into Maine and is going to be active in Maine as well. There is a blitz of these federal officers around the country trying to instill an aura of fear, an aura of, repression. And that is what they are being paid to do right now. And I want to really emphasize here, when the title of this stream says Donald Trump and ICE are at war with Minnesota and the nations, and we'll get to the nations in a little bit here, I do mean, in a sense, actually at war here. Here is Status Quo News recording tonight from, just maybe a mile away from my house, from where I live. Let's just take a quick look at how things are going in Minneapolis tonight.
Watch out! Okay,
Okay, we're running. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Right here, behind the car.
They're shooting like fireworks at people? Like, it's crazy.
Watch out, really icy.
This is in the middle, I want to emphasize, middle of the street of a residential area, shooting flashbang grenades.
It's again instigated by nothing. There's only a handful of people standing around, talking to each other, maybe sharing some words to the ICE, to the Border Patrol officers. And munitions were, sorry.
Did I see a green laser in the smoke? You did. But it's constant, guys. It's constant. Here was what happened earlier in the protest tonight. They're shooting grenades at people.
Oh, I got hit in the head really bad. Fuck. Out of the blue, the police are moving forward. Shooting, firing. I got hit in the head, man. Been shooting off munitions again. I'm not quite sure what I was hit in the head by. I was turned, had my back stupidly to the federal officers. So I believe it was something that they threw or fired.
All right, stay here. Let's.
Again, want to really emphasize residential neighborhood. There are houses all over this area.
Let me see your head. Where's your head? Right here.
Sorry, we're just checking on my head. I don't believe I'm bleeding. I think it's that bad. That absolutely horrible. But thankfully, at least was wearing a hat. Let's back up way a little bit. The gas is coming our way. And they're continually firing off things.
I just, guys, am I banned? No, you're probably just looking at top chat. For those of you who want to see all the comments in YouTube chat, you have to be on live chat. Just randomly attacking anyone? Yeah, we'll talk about what instigated all of this, because there was another ICE shooting in Minneapolis, and we'll have to take a look at what happened, and we'll get to that later. I want to go through kind of a series of events that kind of will show you a little bit kind of what it's like here right now, what they're doing. What are they trying to do? Just clear streets? No, there was an ICE shooting in that neighborhood. They're trying to clear out all the people who showed up to, like, protest their violent actions and repression in the community. So, we'll talk about it, folks. Guys, those of you who are asking, did I see? We're going to talk a lot about a lot of stuff, okay? But a lot of this can be traced back to the fact that Stephen Miller and the Trump administration is trying to go with this idea that ICE officers and federal officers have immunity to do whatever they want to do. It is just, like, I cannot emphasize enough, they're basically trying to tell these guys, you have a license to kill. If somebody gets in your way, if you are upset, if you are, like, inconvenienced, just kill them. You have immunity. You have immunity to conduct your duties. Anyone who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. The Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, they will face justice. And I do want to really emphasize here, that's bullshit. If you're a federal agent and you commit state crimes, nothing the Trump administration is gonna do is gonna prevent you from facing that justice. Nothing. Okay? I want to emphasize here, folks in Minneapolis and Minnesota broadly are fucking furious. And I do really want to emphasize this. There is nothing that will stand in the way of either the public and public officials from bringing ICE agents to justice. Absolutely nothing. We had, like, the leak yesterday revealed thousands of ICE officer names. And I'm willing to wager a fair number of them are here in Minnesota. And you know what? There is going to come a time where you're going to be unmasked and you are going to be held accountable for what you're doing here. You know, every single one of you pulling a trigger, firing these grenades at people in these communities, those people have lives. Those people have families. Those people are trying to go to work tomorrow. Those people are expected to drop their kids off at fucking school tomorrow. You came into our house and threatened us and threatened our kids and threatened our families. And you think we're just going to fucking forget about that? How you walk down the street throwing flashbangs at residential buildings? They fired so many flashbangs, folks, they were starting fires. The fire department had to be sent out tonight because of the fires ICE was starting with just shooting off grenades willy-nilly. Okay? Here, I want to share with you, like, I have a bunch of problems with Angie Craig, all right? I do not like that she voted just, several months ago to applaud ICE's job. She did that. And that stink is going to be on her forever. But here she is appearing on MS Now to talk about ICE actions here.
We have seen an increase in clashes involving federal agents deployed to Minnesota since Renee Good's death. Protesters pinned to the ground, aggressive arrest scenes, tear gas being deployed. There's this moment, agents smashing car windows before dragging people from their vehicles to arrest them. DHS says the people in this car were stalking and obstructing ICE law enforcement. Minnesota, we know, is...
By the way, it is perfectly lawful to follow ICE around. There is nothing illegal about using your right of free passage and free movement to go where you will on public streets.
Isn't that far from America's northern border, but Congresswoman, have you ever seen immigration enforcement like this before in your home state?
I don't think any city in America or any state in America has ever seen this type of lawless behavior by federal law enforcement. I'm hearing some of the same stories in my congressional district. 2 days ago, a special education teacher who pulled up into her school parking lot. Her windows were smashed. She was taken and she was detained for 12 hours. We are hearing reports of schools where immigrant communities are refusing to come to school, whether they're citizens or not.
Guys, like, they're rolling up on schools in the Twin Cities area and abducting U.S. citizens who are special education teachers. Like, it is crazy. How's Peggy responding to ICE invasion compared to Angie? I went to Peggy Flanagan's town hall the other day, and Peggy Flanagan, she's good. Like, she has my full support here in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan's got this down. There is no level of hatred sufficient for these monsters. Like, genuinely correct. However much you hate ICE, you need to hate them more.
Because they are afraid of masked ICE agents coming into our schools and taking them away from their families. And every American should be outraged. Every Minnesotan should be outraged. And at the same time, we should continue to peacefully protest what's happening. My colleagues Ilhan Omar and Kelly Morrison from Minnesota on Saturday morning attempted to perform our congressional duties to inspect a federal building, the Whipple building in Minneapolis. And we were met by armed ICE agents. A handful of protesters were there. And while we were there...
Unfortunately, guys, a lot of you are asking for updates on folks. I don't have updates on a lot of these people. Like, a lot of these people, if they got taken by ICE, I don't know what happened to them. You know? Unfortunately, like... I can't I don't have the ability to let you know that, like, most of these people are doing okay.
ICE agents pepper sprayed both those protesters as well as the press. I've never seen such an out of control agency. And that's why as soon as I leave all of you here today, I'm going to be joining a group of members of Congress to file articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem. She's lawless and she's violating the law. We can't have this in America.
And you know what? There are actually some people in Congress who have the fucking gall to say, oh, no, look, all of this immigration and ICE stuff is just a distraction from affordability. Well, let me tell you something. It's really hard to care about affordability when you're trying to make the mental calculation about whether or not you're going to be able to return from, like, the supermarket, from the grocery store. Like, if you can't even get there to see the prices, that's going to be put a real damper on talking about affordability. And, like, you might think I'm joking here, but like, Axios had this story today all about how, like, centrist Democrats are, you know, privately furious about the fact that people are even considering you know, trying to remove Kristi Noem. Bill Kristol, of all people, who was a Republican, he was a Republican just a handful of years ago, now writes for the Bulwark. Like he made his name as, like, a never Trump Republican. But even he's like, you can't go wrong ignoring much of the Dem operative class, after quoting, a portion of the Democratic operative class is willing to concede massive amounts of funding will continue to be shoveled into Trump immigration operations. Dems are begging their own to drop abolish ICE. Like, nah, fuck you. Like, I'm sorry, what is happening here in Minnesota, what is happening here in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities area, we are never going to forget this shit. We are never going to forget this shit. Never. And the idea that, like, oh, just drop it, just forget it, it's okay, like, talk about affordability. Nah, if you are saying that, you do not understand what is happening here. Here is some ICE agents trespassing on private property to assault a U.S. citizen and detain him for, like, the 12 hours.
Get the fuck out of my face. Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. You're so fucking tough. Get the fuck out of my face. You want to step in front of me? I've been standing here the whole time.
I'm standing here all the time. You got a lot to say.
Slap it out of my face.
You got a lot to say.
slapped
You
the phone
put
out
the
of
camera in
my
my face, right?
Yeah, I did.
Get it out my face. Hey, come here. You want to get my fucking face?
Get the fuck out.
This is what they're doing. Like, this is what ICE agents are doing. They are blatantly violating the law, and if you disrespect them for, again, violating the law and violating your rights, then they will do their best to fuck you up. Okay? Yeah, here's, a Blue Sky user, Norm, who has been very active in the Twin Cities area, organizing, specifically around, his kids' schools. And he writes, apparently ICE goons in multi-car caravans are circling Spanish immersion preschools in the city, taunting and photographing the parents and neighbors who are patrolling the school perimeter to keep kids safe. Now, a lot of people have observed ICE taking pictures or videos of protesters, and a lot of folks saw that Jonathan Ross, the man who murdered Renee Good, was doing the same thing. And it's so that they can create a kind of database for anyone in the area that is openly opposing them. And what they're going to do with that database once it is sufficiently full, who can say? But I also want to remind folks, it's not just happening in the Twin Cities area. It is happening all across the state. This local news report from just a few hours ago documents some of what is happening elsewhere in Minnesota.
We've been focusing a lot of our reporting on immigration enforcement on the Twin Cities, but Operation Metro Surge is actually outside of the metro and all over our state. In recent days, reports of ICE raids in St. Cloud, Rochester, Mankato, Alexandria, and Wilmer, just to name a few. So Sammy actually went to Wilmer today.
Downtown Wilmer is quiet.
Usually you got like people walking around.
A sound businesses don't want to hear.
There's literally nobody.
But Andres Cabrera, a tattoo shop owner,
just around the corner here.
will take the quiet over what happened Monday.
Getting a little crazy now.
When ICE detained a young Somali woman who friends tell me is a 19-year-old high school student.
She was saying that, she had papers.
This witness asked to be anonymous. She was born here and is worried for family members who aren't citizens.
They just pulled her out of the car and she was frightened.
Foreign-born residents make up about 17% of Wilmer's population.
And I just want to really emphasize, a high school student who had papers to be here legally. They just abducted her off of the street.
Many coming here for work.
People are not walking on the streets today.
Julie Henslin and the volunteers beside her document ICE activity and help people it impacts.
There are multiple groups of people that are taking care of their neighbors and watching out for each other, and that we are not representative of who all of those people are.
A group of Somali women have been standing guard at this apartment for hours.
It says that we care about our community, we care about our neighbors.
One woman who asked to remain anonymous because of the targeting of Somalis says a person was taken by ICE this morning. Suddenly we hear a chorus of honking and yelling.
So in this apartment complex, someone said that they spotted ICE, and then you have volunteers that yell, that honk their horns, that sit in the parking lot just to warn people and immigrants that ICE is in the area.
We chased them out of here.
Another woman tells me she and others follow ICE. She's family friends with the Somali woman taken earlier in the week.
It's heartbreaking to know she's 19, she's in high school.
Has ICE contacted the family?
They have not.
Republican State Representative.
Yeah, that's another thing. If, your loved one gets taken by ICE, ICE doesn't contact you to let you know that they're in custody. They don't let them call you. You just have to figure it out. You have to, put in a missing persons report, and then the police tell you, weeks later that they found your relative, your loved one, in ICE custody, several states over. It's it is just open fascism. This is what the Republican Party has been working towards and has stood for. Might not have been saying that this is what they stood for publicly, but privately, this is what each and every one of them have stood for the entire time. The entire Republican Party is standing behind this shit.
Dave Baker says he supports ICE detaining criminals.
We can't get answers, though, from anybody about why they're taking a high school student.
He says Wilmer is suffering because of a battle between President Trump and Governor Walz.
My community right now is literally on fire.
The streets of Wilmer are either loud or quiet.
Sadness.
But volunteers say the louder, the better.
Energized to help.
Sammy Solina, KARE 11 News.
That's how I deal with it. I go help.
It's interesting there that we saw community members and a Republican representative there, both worried about their community. That should speak volumes to us. We reached out to ICE today about their plan in Wilmer. We did not get a response.
Yeah, shocking. Shocking. They didn't feel like telling you what was going on there. And I do want to say, not a huge fan on Blue Sky of this guy Will Stansel, but you know what? I got a lot of respect for him because he's been stepping up for his local community. Okay, and I just wanted to read you guys this thread because I found it fascinating. Right. Having seen several abductions up close, it's really hard to convey how much the thing they're doing is roaming in military convoys until they see someone who is alone and isn't white, and then jumping out in large numbers, pulling them into a van and screeching off all in 90 seconds or so. They don't know who they're taking because they don't talk to them. They're random pedestrians. It is literally indistinguishable from a kidnapping when you see it, except there are so many of them, and they are more heavily armed and armored than any kidnapper would ever be. I know we aren't all fans of the police here, but the difference between this and an ordinary police arrest or detainment is night and day. There's no you're under arrest and then sitting in a car while they ask you questions. You are simply disappeared in seconds, no record of what happened. If you see one, the most important thing to say is, what's your name? Because otherwise the person is gone for good, maybe. I witnessed one in an alley as the sole pursuit car. I was the only witness. I froze for a second and didn't shout in time, and the guy is just gone now. I'll never know. I know some have been a little unnerved at the aggressive following and noise-making tactics of the observers. What they don't realize is that it's necessitated by what ICE is doing. You have seconds, and you need as many eyes on them as possible, and as many people trying to get key info as possible. Which is, all of that is true. All of that is true. One of your best defenses when ICE comes to your town is to be with other people. Don't be walking by yourself. If you are visibly like a minority of some kind, whether queer or person of color, indigenous, etc., like, be with somebody else. Because what they are looking for more than anything are people they think look weak and vulnerable, who they can just snatch up real quick. Anything that might be a barrier to them, like, scooping up, they're gonna give a little bit of a second thought about trying to do it. And, like, also, like, this even includes, like, if you look visibly poor, they are more likely to target you. They're going to, more impoverished areas of town. They're going to more, like, the queer areas of town. They're going to the immigrant parts of town. They're going to, like, the black parts of town. Like, they are trying to grab who they can. What does safe mean? In this case, safe is relative. The more people you are traveling with, if you're walking down the street, the safer you are going to be. The less likely they are going to be to try and mess with you. Yeah, I mean, like, exactly, Malachi. They're predators. They are effectively stalking prey. And in order for us to scare them off, there needs to be more of us than there are of them. And, like, it's not even now like they're just going after everybody. Anyone that they think they can get away with, they're going after. You know? French here, really baffled by what's happening right now with ICE. Can we talk about a sort of ethnical cleansing? I mean, that is what. Understand that Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are both incredibly racist and incredibly stupid. And when they are talking about, we need to deport 100 million people, that is coming in part from a place of their racism, but it's also coming in part from a place of thinking genuinely that the election was stolen from them by undocumented immigrants voting or from, black and brown people. So they think that if they do this ethnic cleansing, that they will win the midterms and they will win in 2028. They genuinely are deluded by this deeply racist idea. Yeah, none of this is at all rooted in reality, but again, racists aren't rooted in reality. If you were rooted in reality, you would not be a racist. You know? Yeah, no, like, there's nothing about this that is enforcing immigration law. And I do want to remind everybody, a better world is possible where enforcing immigration law would be like, oh, here's a fine, please, like, file your paperwork and have a good day, and then carrying on with your life. Like, there is another world where, like, immigration officers are effectively meter maids giving out, like, tickets for folks who overstayed their visa. Like, it does not have to be that the meter maids suddenly become a secret police force that disappear people, brutalize folks, and kill people. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. You know? It doesn't have to be that way at all. And I mean, we're in, like, some wild territory where a lot of the reports coming out of this administration are just complete bullshit. ICE agent who shot Renee Good suffered internal bleeding, officials say. And, like, that's pretty interesting. According to 2 US officials briefed on his medical condition. Now, we all saw the video of Jonathan Ross murdering Renee Good, and he walked away from that perfectly fine. If he was bumped by it at all, the internal not internal bleeding is something else. Internal bleeding would have been a bruise. At most. But I gotta say, considering what all he was wearing, the fucking body armor and shit, I don't even, genuinely, I don't even believe he had a bruise. And that's all setting aside the fact that, like, if your attempt here is to say, well, he was justified in shooting her because he got a bruise, just want to remind everyone, the use of force policy for literally every single law enforcement agency that has ever existed is don't shoot somebody who is behind the wheel of a car and driving at you. Largely because when you shoot somebody driving a car, their foot goes flat and it hits the accelerator. And if she was actually trying to hit him, she would have hit him. But, oh, wait. Oh, by the time he fired, he was already clear of the car? What? Anyway. I also just want to talk a little bit about the fact that we had a bit of a Saturday night massacre. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's a reference to under Nixon firing a series of different prosecutors. And the idea being you fire everyone until you reach somebody who's willing to kowtow to you and do whatever you want, no matter how illegal it is. And the Department of Justice tried to have its lawyers gin up charges against Becca Good, Renee Good's wife. Now, what kind of, like, they wanted to charge her as, like, a domestic terrorist? It's absolutely insane. And, like, 6 different lawyers had to say, nah, we are not doing that. We are under no there's nothing here. We are not doing that. And so far, I don't know that legal action is going to be levied against Becca Good. But several lawyers are now out of a job. And not only that, they are continuing to harass Becca Good in a wide variety of different ways. Here is reporting from earlier today. ICE agents appear at Twin Cities hospitals, alarming healthcare workers. And it is... according to 5 nurses at HCMC Hospital in Minneapolis who asked to remain anonymous for fear of losing their jobs, ICE presence is terrifying medical staff and raising concerns about patient care. A part of me wants to go on the news with my face and scream, "This at the top of my lungs," an HCMC nurse said, but I'm very much right in the middle of this. Community organizers from Unidos, Minnesota, an immigrant advocacy nonprofit, told reporters last week that federal immigration officers were present inside the hospital without a judicial warrant. The officers were reportedly at the bedside of a patient receiving medical care for over 24 hours. And it's... the hospitals are trying to weigh the cost and benefit of like trying to go after ICE agents for violating their private property. Patients are treated like criminals. Similar concerns have surfaced at Regions Hospital in St. Paul. Hwa-Jeon Kim, vice president of the St. Paul City Council, said the wife of a patient at Regions was recently denied access to her husband, who has a serious medical condition. Ultimately, the wife was asked to leave the hospital or face trespassing charges, so she left. The wife was told she needed to contact ICE to get any medical information to check if agents had a proper warrant and to know whether her husband was being detained, Kim said, adding that when his wife tried to call, ICE did not answer. This is happening all over Minnesota. It's not limited to anywhere, but also, let me pull this up here. Yeah, here's Ken Klippenstein doing some additional reporting on this. Feds target hospital where Renee Good died. Homeland Security demands work authorization and papers of Minneapolis hospital employees. So it's not just the patients that are being targeted here. It is also the people working at the hospital who treated Renee Good before she passed. They are targeting the people who are around Renee Good at the very end of her life. And I mean, it really begs the question, why? Why are they doing that? He's got some just incredible quotes in here, and I'm gonna link this in all of the chats, just because it is some genuinely incredible reporting on Ken's part. You all should read it in full, but I'm going to just like highlight like 2 sections here. Okay? Immigration and Customs Enforcement parent agency is demanding that Hennepin Healthcare, whose flagship Hennepin County Medical Center treated Renee Nicole Good after she was shot by an ICE officer in Minneapolis, hand over its employees I-9 work authorization forms, according to a memo I obtained. Miss Good was in our ER, and we had an operating room ready in case she made it out of the stabilization room, a hospital employee told me. Employees are terrified of being taken by ICE. Like, ICE is showing up to intimidate the workers at the hospital. This isn't them doing their job. There's nothing for ICE to do here at the hospital. Like, it's crazy. And like, here is the local union putting out their statement. also obtained by Ken. Union siblings, we want to share an update and invite you to protest against the activities of immigration agents at Hennepin Healthcare next week on Friday, January 23rd. We have confirmed with our employer that Hennepin Healthcare will be complying with a request from the Department of Homeland Security for access to employee I-9 forms. I-9 forms contain sensitive details, including what the employee marked as their citizenship status, address, and other information. While Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, agents terrorize our community, this type of request raises serious concerns about how that information could be used, including the potential targeting of workers based on immigration status. While this action is being framed as compliance with the federal request, we are deeply concerned about the implications for our coworkers and our community. Given the deployment of thousands of immigration agents in the Twin Cities metro and the lawlessness we have witnessed by authorities, the DHS request is not normal. It is designed to intimidate and harass workers at Hennepin Healthcare and divide our workforce. Instead of delaying, resisting, or defying, HHS leadership has chosen to cooperate and undermine public trust. We urge them to change course and support employees' safety instead. We want to be clear, you are not alone. Moments like this are exactly why we organize as a union. To stand together, protect one another, and respond collectively when our coworkers' safety and dignity are at risk. Isolation makes workers more vulnerable. Solidarity is how we build real protection and power. And it is like I hope all of this is giving some kind of insight into how things are right now. Okay? I hope everyone is kind of getting a clear idea of what is happening right now. Evil killed good and now wants to cover up that they killed good? Yeah. In a nutshell, Saki Tanuki. In a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah, they have no they might have jurisdiction to request those records, but my understanding is that they would need reasonable cause to do so. There's no reasonable cause here, right? This is just you are politically convenient for us to pick on. We are going to abuse our power as an agency. And all of this has come to a head, and Tim Walz, I'm going out on a limb here. I'm guessing this might be one of the last we are trying to be nice speeches from Tim Walz that we're going to see. But I gotta say, I was pretty disappointed by this. And I'm gonna say why I think it was still decent when we get through this. But Governor Walz addressed the state earlier tonight, around 7 p.m. And let's see what he had to say.
November 29th. And now has been ongoing. We understand that the governor has now come in front of the cameras. Let's listen in.
Do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical...
I'm just going to stop right here real quick. They're not going to stop. Like, appealing to their better angels, they have none. Any of the ones that they had, they've long since taken a hunting rifle, shot dead, and eaten. You know, like they're like this appeal falls on completely deaf ears. And I'll say the one nice thing I have to say about this is that I think that this is probably a necessary step in ramping up rhetoric towards action. Because unlike all of you guys here, you guys are very aware of what is happening here in Minnesota. You are very aware of what ICE is doing. A lot of people who are outside of political circles, not nearly as aware. And so the governor coming on television, interrupting like all normal local broadcast for Minnesota in order to deliver this address, does in fact alert normal folks who, you know, they get home from work, they turn on the TV and then just grill and chill. This does break through to them, you know? And so I'm hoping, and the one good thing I have to say about this is that perhaps that recognition that they need to inform more folks beyond the typical bubble is what is the cause and like the reason behind this. Because I was woefully disappointed by basically every other aspect of this. Like, none of this is new information to any of you.
Things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently.
Like you guys, I talked yesterday, right? I put out that Nick Shirley video about how like Nick Shirley has kind of created the new foundation for a rise of the same ideological base that revived the Klan, you know? In a similar way that Congress in 1871 had to convene 7 months in order to gin up public opinion against the Klan. In a similar way, though on a very shortened time scale, a similar push is necessary to get public opinion against ICE. And we have just like yesterday, a poll came out that showed for the first time ever, more people were in favor of abolishing ICE than keeping ICE around. Like, it's still very close. And so we need to keep on pushing public opinion until it is very firmly in ICE gotta go territory.
But also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless, you are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness.
Well, I agree. I do think he is angry, but I also I get the vibe of fear. You know, he's afraid of what could happen especially if Donald Trump gets what he wants with violent protest, or actions of violence against ICE agents. And I think he has good reason to be. No, I don't even think it's fear for his son necessarily, Punky Gal. I think it is fear because Donald Trump and Republicans, they don't get, like, I want to really emphasize this. They do not give a shit about Minnesota. They do not care. They picked Minnesota specifically because they don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about us, and they think that we are a weak target. That is why they picked Minnesota. They saw that Nick Shirley video. They thought it was a perfect pretense to go after a relatively weak state that had, the president's ire already against it, the leadership of the state. And they were able to gin up a bunch of racist drivel to fuel this push. And Donald Trump is, as he has been since the start of his term, looking for a reason to just flex his fascist muscle. You know, he wants to, like, bomb Iran. He wants to invade Greenland. He wants to declare martial law and, like, be a big tough man. That's what he wants to do. And when that happens, I don't know what, like, I genuinely, if that happens, I don't know where we go from here. You know, it's gonna be a very insane period of time if that gets triggered. So I think what he's afraid of right now is a much wider scale occupation of Minnesota. Not just by federal agents, but also by the U.S. military.
Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is, we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together, and we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment.
We're not going to make it to the ballot box. I guess not with that attitude. If we all roll over and just let them steal the election, I guess, you know, like, I guess if we all just give up, they can do whatever they want, right?
But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are, or who you love, or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
You've been
So again, my major disappointment here was I was hoping for a more concrete policy. I was hoping for more concrete policy, more concrete action. You know, what's the Minnesota legislature doing? What laws are being pushed for? Um, like, etc. Saying they're not planning on having elections isn't doom posting. It's living in reality. It's not. There's like, of course, Republicans would love and have always would have loved to live in a world without elections where they just get their own way. But like, that doesn't change the fact that we have elections. And you know, maybe if we give up in every corner of this country, we won't have elections. But like, I look outside tonight and I see people out on the streets at like 11 o'clock at night, through tear gas and bullets and bombs, going, "Hey, fuck that." And I think that that says something. And I think that we're going to fight and keep our elections. But it is true here that nothing that Tim Walz said indicates we are coming to help you. You know, he talks a little bit in this speech about you know, working with local community leaders and businesses, etc. And like, that's something, but it's not nearly enough. Like, arrest the ICE agents who are violating the law. You know, deploy the National Guard to stand against ICE agents. Like, there are a number of things that could be done here that aren't being done. And that is a deeply, deeply, deeply disappointing situation to be in as somebody who is living in this community that is under siege. And it's really frustrating because this all comes right after, earlier today, federal judge Trump has stated he plans to seize voting machines, and he's made multiple comments about halting the midterms. He's also talked about having like medbed cards distributed to every American. Like, Trump says a lot of shit. I have no doubt he wants to do those things. The same way he wants to seize Greenland, the same way he wants to do a million different things. He wants to be the youngest guy in the room. But no one's turning back time for that motherfucker. All right? He's getting closer to the grave every second. So I don't think we should treat it like a joke. I think we should treat it seriously. But the thing you need to understand about our elections is that it doesn't fucking matter if he marches in and seizes the voting machines, because we are the ones who tally the votes. We are the ones who run our own elections. We do the elections, not the federal government. And so it will, in fact, be awful. And if he does try to do that, we will rise to meet the challenge, and we will hold our own elections and count those fuckers by hand if we have to. But the entire premise here is that, like, it'd be great if we didn't have to do that. But if we have to, we will. Right? It's super reasonable to be afraid of these things. I don't want to be living in a community where, you know, there are vans roving around and people are getting pulled into them and being disappeared. I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't think any of you want to deal with this shit either. I think you all want to live your life. Go to work, have friends, play. But instead, we got to deal with this. And it fucking sucks. And I was really, really, really hoping that the lawsuits that were filed by the city of Minneapolis and by legal observers, and also by like the Attorney General of Minnesota, I was really hoping that we were going to get an order from a federal judge issuing a temporary restraining order against ICE operations here in the state of Minnesota. I was really hoping for that. It got put in front of a Biden appointed judge, Catherine Menendez, and I had really high hopes. And unfortunately, folks, that has not materialized. So the federal judge says that immigration enforcement can continue for now, despite the fact that it is absolutely fucking nuts outside. And the soonest that this might possibly be over, barring an early TRO issuance, because she reserves the right to change her mind, is that she wants the government to respond to initial arguments by Monday, and then she wants to give the plaintiffs time to rebut that response effectively. So, long story short, all of these legal proceedings should be done, and she should be ready to rule by January 22nd, which is, another week away. Another week of people being disappeared off the street, another week of people potentially being shot in the face, another week where, two moms dropping their kid off at school might suddenly lose one of them. Get shot in the face. It is terrifying. It is disgusting that this is what is happening here. And I'm just so angry. How the fuck did she come to that decision? Basically, how the fuck she came to that decision was that she needed more time to weigh the arguments and the evidence presented to her. Like, I'm summarizing it pretty greatly, but yeah, she wants to have more time because it's a lot of information was presented. She has to weigh all of that information, etc. So that's kind of where we're at, Yeah, it's, again, deeply frustrating. But at the end of the day, it reinforces what many of us have already known this entire time, which is that no one's coming to save us. We have to save us. No one is coming in with the cavalry to stop ICE. We gotta stop ICE. We gotta go pick up those whistles. We gotta go pick up those pamphlets. We gotta do mutual aid for each other. We gotta show up in however we can. Might be a little, might be a lot. Depends on who you are, what your position is, what you can do. But we keep us safe. We keep us safe. And there's really no better image to demonstrate this than this image of this protester that Status Quo News interviewed earlier tonight, who ICE came and shot someone in her community. And she obviously wasn't prepared to go out to a protest. She wasn't looking to do that tonight on a Wednesday night. But she grabbed whatever she could in her kitchen that could keep her safe from the munitions that ICE is firing at folks. And she went outside. She grabbed herself a goddamn griddle, a broiler tray, painted ICE out on it, strapped it to her goddamn chest, and showed the fuck up. And absolute legend, absolutely banana brains. But I want y'all to understand, this is how people in Minnesota are showing up. In freezing weather, they are strapping themselves like it's Mad fucking Max. They're going out and they're standing up for their neighbors. This is where we're at. And so if no one from the governor's office is going to keep us safe, if no one from the police is going to keep us safe, if no one from the courts are going to keep us safe, then we're going to fucking keep us safe. All right? Yeah, this is a fistful of dollars type shit. Exactly. And I think that what is especially special about this is that, all props to this woman, but she's not special. And I say she's not special because all kinds of people in this community are turning out. They're showing up. They're doing what they can. They're running patrols to make sure kids are getting to school safe. They are walking folks and monitoring how things are going at different bus stops. They are turning up. And we are not alone because we have one another. All right? Now, I wanted to talk more about this shooting that happened tonight. All right? Because it is already just an absolute pile of horse shit what the government is trying to argue about this, right? So, federal officer shoots person in leg after being attacked during Minneapolis arrest, officials say. So let's take a look at this, all right? Federal officer shot a man in the leg in Minneapolis after being attacked with a shovel and broom handle while trying to make an arrest Wednesday, officials said. Let's see, the Department of Homeland Security said in a statement on social media platform X that law enforcement officers stopped a person from Venezuela who was in the U.S. illegally. The person drove away and crashed into a parked car before taking off on foot, DHS said. After officers reached the person, 2 other people arrived from a nearby apartment, and all 3 started attacking the officer, according to DHS. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The 2 people who came out of the apartment are in custody, it said. City of Minneapolis said on X that the man shot was in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. So that is the official account of what happened, according to ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. Let's see what people in the community have to say about this. This was from Mercado Media, interviewing a bystander.
This the north side. This the heart of the community, yo. Everybody screaming out, this ain't our fucking problem. This is our fucking problem. This is our fucking fight. They're coming in our neighborhoods, going door to door, and they're shooting, and they're killing us. What part don't anybody understand? It don't matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, Hmong, Somali, they're killing us. I should not be in our neighborhood. It should not be in our community. ICE need to be dismantled. Literally. Y'all still hearing shots going off down there right now.
Yeah. The subtitles probably AI generated. He said Hmong. 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 They're another community here in immigrant refugee community here in Minneapolis. It's I mean that guy's not wrong. You know, like ICE is just targeting anyone they can get their hands on. Anyone they can get their hands on. One of the folks who was watching, I don't know which live stream, quotes a lady in an UFTA hat saying, quote, "Well, gosh, I've never had tear gas and flashbangs shot at me, but I'm happy to take it so my neighbors are safe." And then going on and saying, Donald Trump is a rapist, a pedophile, thief. What else can I say? And I really want to emphasize here, you get like a white lady on camera talking about like, oh, well, gosh, there, I've never had tear gas and flashbangs shot at me. Oh, but I'll gladly take it to help my community. Like that's, if you ever hear a white lady talk like that, you do not want to fight that lady. All right. That lady is basically telling you that she will cut a bitch. All right? And not only that, folks, but I don't know exactly here what's going on with there's a lot of the videos have a body on the ground. I don't know if that is the body of one of the people who got shot by ICE agents in the leg, or if this is an additional person who was shot, possibly killed. by ICE. A lot of the reporting has indicated one person. Some reports indicate two people. It's been very wibbly wobbly over the past hour or two. But I'm gonna play this clip here.
Not quite sure what the situation is there. They were there when we arrived. They seem to be cuffed. So what? Do you know what happened on the ground here?
I think that they shot a kid. They shot a kid that was trying to run away from them, and they shot at them. They shot at them. That's why we're here right now, because it's unacceptable that they start shooting kids now. They start shooting kids from the back now. We can't fucking let this happen.
Was this part of a raid, or was this just one of their...
It is because they stopping people... they just stopping people randomly on the streets, and they were heading home, and they start fucking shooting at them because they were trying to run away from them. That's why. That's why.
Yeah, just very heavy duty trucks and folks in tactical gear showing up. So many different departments showed up. The Bureau of Prisons at one point had a presence on this scene.
Yep. There's Border Patrol officers in full camo. They're armed with... A couple of them have night vision.
You can put the microphone
Yes.
to what they're saying. Dude, what are you doing? What made you sign your oath and do this to us? Is your dick that small? Is it? Did your uncle touch you at Christmas? You fucking bitch! Get out! Get out, man! Move it!
Terrorize our community.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Yeah, by the way, like, just random acts of violence from ICE. Like, I understand, yeah, these people are disrespecting you. It is their right to do so. You do not, in fact, have the right to pepper spray protesters in the face because they're saying things you don't like.
Pepper spray was sprayed.
Don't be a kid, pussy! You pussy little man! You're a pussy little man!
Not quite sure what the...
Yeah, again, like, it has been a wild time. Here is the official statement from the mayor's office and the chief of police here in Minneapolis about this shooting. Just see what their narrative is. Oh, God.
Tonight, we're here to give an
audio.
update on the ICE shooting that took place earlier tonight on the north side. This is the second in a week. The chief will be able to provide some details on the limited amount that we know thus far, and then I will provide some comments thereafter. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block.
Okay, it is very funny that you guys are calling Mayor Fry sick Dennis. I do that is an excellent Always Sunny reference.
Of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male. The adult male then retreated inside of the residence, where he remained inside and refused to come out. Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence, and the individual...
I don't remember that I started it, but I'm happy to take credit for it, Comrade Girl.
...was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing the evidence. There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts. They have thrown fireworks at police officers.
Oh, okay, but like, you know that the easiest way to disperse the crowd would be to have the ICE officers leave, right? Like, if you want the crowd to disperse, the thing they are there to protest is ICE. If ICE leaves, they'll go home. Like, guys, one thing you need to understand about this crowd in particular is that it materialized basically out of nowhere after the shooting happened. Like, right after the shooting happened, like, within maybe 15 minutes, there were, like, 100 plus people there. And, like, 10 minutes after that, there were, like, 200 or 300, right? And, like, if your argument is, well, we had to send more cops, that doesn't de-escalate the situation, because the entire reason they are outside at 11 o'clock at night is to get you guys to go the fuck away. It's not difficult here in Minnesota to intuit what we want. We want to generally be left alone so that we can go inside where it's nice and warm and drink like a hot chocolate and play some Xbox or something. It's not difficult. No Minnesotan wants to just like chill out in the cold on like an empty street for no reason. God. So we had to send more cops.
And at multiple times, gas has been deployed. Police are...
Yeah, the people deploying the gas, who are those again? With ICE? Not the protesters? ICE? Huh, crazy.
Attempting to disperse this unlawful assembly at this time. I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately. This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further. I have faith that the investigators are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to its logical conclusion.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward to keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position?
Then, look, we can't have that? Why not? Like, bitch. My good bitch. Why not? The people of this community pay the salaries of those cops. Those cops are there to keep the peace and keep people safe. And the people right now, there are literally... Guys, just for comparison, okay? There are 600 police officers in Minneapolis. And there are 3,000 ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. And, like, it doesn't help us to have effectively 3,600 ICE officers. We need, like, if police are going to be worth a damn, they need to keep us safe from roving gangs of masked thugs who are abducting people off the street. That's like the bare minimum one expects from a police officer. Like, is he just scared Trump's gonna Maduro him? No, look, The issue here is that Mayor Fry is a liberal. And he's a spineless piece of shit, generally speaking. The coolest thing he's ever done in his life is say, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. His policies do not rise to meet the moment ever in this city. And it is why I desperately wanted Omar Fateh to beat him in the mayoral election. And now we are seeing the weakness of Mayor Fry, however you pronounce his last name. And I despise this level of weakness.
We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area.
I mean, like, the framing here as if, well, if we had a comparable number of cops, then we'd have our cops beat the ICE agents. I don't believe that for a fucking second, you piece of shit.
3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile,
not stopping. I don't know. Wait, what was that last one?
Police homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer.
One more time.
From taking place, preventing carjackings. That's stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work.
That's exactly what ICE is doing here. ICE is doing carjackings. ICE literally just shot a woman in the face. They are carjacking people right and left. There was literally a story here just the other day where ICE agents abducted a guy and then 2 agents drove off with that guy's car that had a 1-year-old in the back seat. And that 1-year-old disappeared for like 8 hours with those ICE agents and was eventually returned to his home with a bruise on his cheek. We're talking about people who literally stole a car from a guy, abducted his child, and, you know, I'm not an expert investigator, but when 2 men drive off in a car and then that car with the baby inside is returned later and that baby suddenly has a visual indicator of violence having been done to them on their face, you know, I can put 2 and 2 together and guess somewhere between the car getting stolen with the baby inside and the baby being returned, someone hit that 1-year-old child in the face. Now, that all strikes me as something that maybe police should do something about. They hit a fucking baby? Yeah. I just... Can I pull it up here? Where is it? Oh, sorry. This was not in Minneapolis. This was actually late last year.
Down to an immigration.
But let's just be clear. This is the kind of shit ICE does.
Operation in the parking lot of a Cypress Park Home Depot. Activists say 7 people were detained, including a toddler. That video is now trending on social media. NBC4's Macy Jenkins is in our newsroom now with what she's learned about what happened. Macy.
Hi, Carolyn. Well, it's something we don't believe we've seen before. A federal agent drove away with a 1-year-old baby in the back seat of a car after arresting her father, who was a U.S. citizen. Now, the Department of Homeland Security claims the man was wielding a hammer and throwing rocks at law enforcement. But his mother told NBC4 her son was compliant with officers and asked that they wait for a family member to come get his daughter before taking him away.
There's a baby in the bag.
Listen to the outrage and disbelief of onlookers as they watched a 1-year-old little girl left alone in a car while ICE agents arrested her father, who is a U.S. citizen. The man's mother, Maria, spoke with NBC4, still emotional over the whole ordeal.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Cell phone video captured part of the Tuesday morning federal immigration enforcement operation at the Home Depot parking lot in Cypress Park, just north of the I-5-110 interchange. You can see agents handcuff the man in the gray shirt outside of his dark-colored Chevy. One angle shows what appears to be some kind of struggle between the man and 3 agents around him. Maria says the video shows her son complying, but in a statement, the Department of Homeland Security claims during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle, wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault, and during his arrest, a pistol was found in his car that is reported stolen out of the state of New York. The individual has an active warrant for property damage. Maria says her son asked the agents to wait for a family member to come pick up his daughter before taking him away. But video shows 2 ICE agents get into the car and appear to conduct a search before driving the car away with the little girl still in the back seat.
After my son and his daughter were taken, our family received a call from an unknown number. It was the Border Patrol asking to meet to pick up my granddaughter. We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
Maria says she picked up the child from the federal building downtown around 1 p.m. She's still trying to figure out what led up to her son's arrest and says someone in one of the videos said an agent might have bumped the back of his car.
When I saw the videos, it scared me, like them coming through the bag and surprising him with his daughter in the car. It was just an awful feeling.
Maria, who is also a U.S. citizen, says she's distraught and feels her family is just the latest in a string of people being targeted by federal agents because of the color of their skin.
My son is a kind and quiet person. He is the best. He is the best dad. Please free my son now.
DHS says during the operation, agents also arrested 5 undocumented immigrants from Mexico and Guatemala with a criminal history that includes DUI, driving without a license, and previous removal from the country. The child's father remains in custody, and his lawyers are evaluating whether the ICE agents violated his rights and those of his little girl. Reporting live in the newsroom tonight, Macy Jenkins, NBC4 News.
It's just absolutely beyond the pale, man.
Of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos. This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path. And I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare.
Yeah, it's fucked up. For those of you wondering, where was the bruise on the baby? Here you go.
Federal charging document. The Justice Department says that the Border Patrol approached Quinones from over 100 feet or around. And you're watching this video from the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network right now that shows that exact thing happening. Quinones, this is the Home Depot, by the way, around the corner from my house. He is in the far end of the Home Depot parking lot, about as far away, not only from the Day Laborer Center, where they were targeting and had arrested 5 undocumented immigrants, but from the Home Depot itself. And you watch them surround and box in Quinones' vehicle right here. Even if the allegations against Quinones are true, that he had a gun in the vehicle and he threw what the Border Patrol says is a rock-like object at the Border Patrol agents, it raises very serious questions about the Border Patrol's ability to care for a young child like the daughter of Mr. Quinones. And I want to read to you a statement that his mother, once he was released yesterday, issued to the public to better understand how his daughter was treated by the agents that you're seeing on the screen right now. Let me read from it. She said, "When I picked up my granddaughter from the federal agents, she had a dirty diaper, a bruise on her face, and was developing a rash. She was exhausted and cried. My heart aches knowing this could happen to others, to my kids, or even me, despite being U.S. citizens. We're now questioning our safety and feel more vulnerable simply for being Latino. I fear for my grandkids growing up in a country that targets Latinos and profiles dark-skinned people. I hope things improve, though it's hard to imagine how it could get worse."
Did they even feed the kid? Probably not. Keep in mind, these people are white supremacists. They're being recruited with white supremacist memes. They're being recruited with appropriated art with racist ethnic cleansing slogans on them. You know, they are they don't view Hispanic people, non-white people as people. You know? They view the world through tiers. You know, with their weird pseudoscientific backwards ass idea of human worth that is governed by eugenics.
This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful.
I gotta say, I watched a lot of the protest coverage tonight. I would not describe what was happening tonight as protesters losing their shit. I would describe it, in fact, as a pretty goddamn restrained response to the second ICE shooting in Minneapolis. After, the first ICE shooting in Minneapolis after the murder of Renee Good. I would actually describe what transpired tonight as remarkably restrained.
Go home. We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands of people throughout our city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping.
Guess what? Guess what, Ding Dong? You're not helping either. Your entire appearance here has been to tell people, don't you do that, while offering them nothing that would make this more tolerable. Nothing that would make them feel safer walking down the street. Nothing that would make them feel safer leaving their kids at school. Nothing that would make them feel safer going to the grocery store. Because right now in Minneapolis, people are having to make those calculations. Is it safe for me to walk to work? Is it safe for me to go get lunch today because I'll have to leave where I work and walk down the street by myself? Is it safe for me to, like, drop my kid off at school because they're circling around the preschool? What are you offering those people, Fry? Nothing.
Helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place home. ICE can leave, and this massive deployment can come to an end. We have filed litigation to hopefully make it so, and at the same time, I'm deeply concerned.
Like, what? Like, genuinely, I want one of these local officials to explain what is the game plan if we don't get an injunction against what ICE is doing. What happens if we don't get that TRO? What happens if the court doesn't decide against ICE? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to keep us safe, man?
That we don't have that kind of time. This is already the second shooting that we've had in a week. People are scared. The atmosphere is tense. But again, there is another option. We can stop going down this route together. We'll open it to any questions.
Rumors that were circulating on social media that a pregnant woman and possibly a 12-year-old boy were involved in this. Is that true or not true at all?
So there were reports initially that there was more than one person shot. That is not true. There is one person that's been shot. It is a non-life-threatening injury, and they have been transported to the hospital. The remainder of the residents has been cleared. We did have one call of, I believe, a woman having an anxiety attack in the basement of the same residence, the same building. But to my understanding, no one else has been transported to the hospital.
No children involved in this?
To my understanding, no.
DHS has said that 2 other people came out of an apartment and started attacking the officer with shovels, and that the original person that they were looking for also did that. What has your investigation told you so far?
So the question was that people had come out of the residence and attacked federal law enforcement with shovels. The understanding that we have at this time is that this incident began on 94. The individual drove towards the residence, had some sort of accident outside the residence, ran towards the house, and got into a struggle with federal law enforcement. There is I believe there's a broom and like a snow shovel that's on the scene. And yes, I have heard information that that some individual, at least one person, may have assaulted federal law enforcement. Yes.
Okay. Will MPD be
I am not aware if that's the same person who was shot or if that's someone else.
Will MPD be doing its own investigation of what happened?
The question was, will MPD be doing an investigation of what happened? I requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Criminal Apprehension to respond, and they are on scene.
You were saying that there was unlawful protesting that happened tonight. Could you be a little bit more specific?
The question was about unlawful protesting. It has absolutely become an unlawful assembly. There are individuals throwing fireworks at police officers, individuals throwing...
Again, because they don't want law enforcement and ICE in their community. Leave and they'll disperse.
Ice, rocks, other projectiles at police officers. It is well past the line, and people need to leave.
What kind of communication, if any, have you had with federal law enforcement tonight?
The question was communication with federal law enforcement tonight. That communication was all on the scene. It was primarily related to trying to ensure that we were getting medical aid because we had a report of a shooting, and then also to try and ensure that we could maintain the integrity of the crime scene so that there could be an investigation into what occurred.
Do you know what the condition of the person shot is? And we're also told that agent was injured and taken to the hospital. Do you have any updates on either condition?
I have no updates on either condition. It's my understanding that this is a non-life-threatening gunshot wound.
And can you talk about anything you know about that initial stop that started on 94, that initial chase, if you will, and anything you know about the person that they were following?
So I know nothing about the person that they were following. And then the rest of the question was about the initial chase. It's my understanding that we have some other 911 call indicating that someone from the house was calling, saying that the person in the car was running from ICE. I was driving towards the residence. That's my understanding.
Could Mayor Fry respond to criticism?
By the way, I have managed to find audio of that call. We'll listen to it in a moment. But that 911 audio is real.
That local officials are contributing to rising rhetoric, and that's part of the reason why we're.
Brutus Magnuson, I bet your black bomber jacket does fuck, and I don't know how this man has made a leather jacket look so uncool, but I guarantee you look better in your leather jacket than he does.
Seemed, as DHS says, just protesters behaving in this sort of way.
What rhetoric? So the question was, can I respond to rhetoric? What rhetoric?
DHS says that there's rhetoric from local officials that they say has just kind of taken up the temperature of everything that's going on in Minneapolis.
So the question was, there has been the accusation that local officials have perhaps taken up the temperature in Minneapolis. First, I'll say, show me a single place where I have encouraged anything other than peace. Show me a single place where we have encouraged violence. I have said from the get-go to people in Minneapolis, do not take the bait. We are better than that. I have encouraged peaceful protest, and I'll say it again, I am inspired by the tens of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going beyond that, and those protests are not peaceful, and the violence that the chief mentioned, it's got.
Yeah, man. There's absolutely nothing that could have been done. Like, say, leave the scene. Crazy.
Gotta stop, and you gotta go home.
2 more questions. If this situation is not sustainable, as you said a few minutes ago, where do you go from here? What options do you as mayor have from this point forward?
So just yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track of the.
By the way, no words used during this to mention that ICE was firing so many flash grenades and stun grenades that they set multiple fires in the community. No word about that. No word about just, like, pepper spraying people in the face at point blank range, despite the fact that they were peaceful and exercising their First Amendment rights. Unironically, Sake, if Minneapolis, elected Bender's best friend to be mayor of Minneapolis, it'd be a utopia with pneumatic tubes in no time.
Days here. Minneapolis, along with St. Paul and the Attorney General's office at the state, filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit outlined the duress that our city is presently experiencing and how making people safe in our city is made all the more difficult based on the presence of ICE. We are hopeful that we will succeed ultimately in that lawsuit. Of course, my concern is that yet another shooting will take place. Yet another.
Like today, man? Another shooting took place in your community today, and you're out here chiding people who are upset about it. And you have no other plan for that. It's fucking nuts, man. What do they want people to do? Like, goddamn, why did you run to be a leader in the community if you did not intend to lead? Fuck you.
A person will be injured or
God damn it, sick Dennis. Get your shit straight.
killed. This is not a new concern. The chief and I have been laying this concern out for well over a month at this point.
Oh, cool. A month of time during which you created a bunch of different options for A, B, C, and D scenarios. So you have a plan, right?
This is not sustainable. Our officers, they are working tirelessly. Again, we have about 600 officers. There's about...
We've decided to rev up our concerned faces into high gear. Perhaps even the highest gear. But we're reserving that in case there's an additional shooting. So my brow will be furrowed by approximately 90% of its total capacity. But boy howdy, if we get another shooting, it will hit 100%.
3,000 ICE agents and border control. We need our officers responding to the basic day-to-day 911 calls.
See you, Latzia.
We don't have the capacity to both deal with that and all of this conduct that we're seeing from ICE on the daily basis. You know, earlier today and yesterday, I was out on a couple of major commercial corridors in our...
Yeah, Brent Showers, I know I shouldn't have expected anything better, but like, genuinely, I thought my bar was close to being in hell, but I guess I needed to put it fully in hell.
City.
Maybe Walls can bring in the guard. We literally just watched Tim Walls essentially say, you know, you're all good, decent, hardworking people. And, you know, record everyone. And I implore the Trump administration to stop. Without any, like, call to action. Largely Tim Walls' statement at least could be partially justified by with the argument that you need to like warm the general public up towards like anti-ICE action. Like, you know, for folks who aren't politically engaged. But this is just weasel shit. Like Jacob Fry here, this is just weasel bullshit.
People are scared. You know, there's basic rights that you should have to be able to live safely in your neighborhood, to be able to go downstairs and head to the cafe or the flower shop. The people that would normally keep up these shops, American citizens, by the way, many of them, are terrified. Because American citizens are getting picked up off the street by people in masks. That's not the way things should be conducted in any city in America.
You mean, like, if guys with masks and guns storm into your restaurant and start trying to abduct people, maybe that's something, you know, police should stop? Oh, wait, federal agents are doing it? No, go ahead, please. Do you have more boots we can lick, sir?
That's not who we are. That's not America. So I'm calling for peace. Everybody has a role in achieving that peace. And we're going to try to do everything that we can to keep it.
And been in touch with Governor Walz this evening. If so, what has he had to say?
Yes, our office, yes, is in touch with the governor's office, as we've been for the last week here. He has been an excellent partner in both ensuring that we have additional resources through the Minnesota State Patrol, through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and that work will be done in partnership. Thanks, everybody.
We'll have more information tomorrow that we'll put out. Thank you.
God. Just out of curiosity. Okay, the State Patrol has about 600 to 800 folks working for it. You know? One of his arguments was just over and over again, you know, there are 600 of our police officers and 3,000 of them, which is perhaps a valid concern if you were at all considering going toe-to-toe with the 3,000 officers. But it's so fucking frustrating because like this, this is just nuts. Okay. So eventually it did get to the point where people vandalized ICE vehicles that ICE left behind in their haste to get out of there. America, land of the... I don't know what that says. We are Nazis, though. Accurate. Accurate to ICE. Federal agents deploy chemical irritants and flashbangs as they try to push demonstrators further from the shooting scene in North Minneapolis on Wednesday night. So, just as an FYI, these aren't the fireworks that the mayor was talking about. These are, again, what ICE is firing at protesters. God. This I thought was interesting. Witness: officers in tactical gear try to breach home. Witness Sam Warburton said he was at home a few minutes away from the shooting and saw in his neighborhood group chat that ICE agents were knocking on the door of a home at 24th Avenue North and Lyndale Avenue North. He drove there immediately and found the block cordoned off by Minneapolis police, but he was able to get through an alleyway and could see the front of the house, where agents in tactical gear were shooting through a second-floor window, he said. Announcements were made toward the house over a loudspeaker, Warburton said. The door was broken down and at least 2 flashbang devices were used inside. Warburton said he didn't know which agency they were from, but all were wearing tactical gear rather than the traditional police uniforms. He said he was told to move as FBI wanted to expand the crime scene. As he watched from an empty lot, he saw several people exiting the house, including one woman and a small child, and a second woman following after her. So they were firing into a house with multiple people and a child inside. They fired flashbangs. Like, they could have like killed those people. They could have like permanently damaged them in many different ways. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And like, I just want to really hammer home here. No one is coming to help us here in Minneapolis. No one's coming to help us. We help each other. We keep us safe. Here is the kind of energy that I like seeing at protests. Just kind of, guy shows up and knows what the fuck he's doing.
Miles are coming, cowards! Get the fuck out of here! Who did you shoot this time? Who did you shoot this time, you cospatriot fuck? I served in the Army for 13 years to wear that uniform, and your fucking fat ass did 47 days of training to wear it because you're a fucking Meal Team 6 Gravy Seal motherfucker. You couldn't fucking walk a day in my shoes, you fucking slumbag. Neither could you. Fix that fucking helmet. You're like a fucking soup sandwich. If I was your fucking sergeant, you'd be fucking pushing the fucking dirt now. You fucking slumbag motherfuckers. Shoot me, bitch! Shoot me, bitch! Shoot me, bitch!
The one in there that I really like that gets me each time I've seen this.
Team 6 Gravy Seal motherfucker. You couldn't fucking walk a day in my shoes, you fucking slumbag. Neither could you. Fix that fucking helmet. You're like a fucking soup sandwich.
You look like a fucking soup sandwich. Just fucking gets me every time. I believe that is Jolly Good Ginger. Good to see him. I have no idea who this is, but I'm glad you guys recognize him. Cool as hell. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. That was good. But also all of this was going down, and at the same time, there was also another instance happening nearby. Let me play this for you real quick. Here we go.
That they are using chemical irritants, they are using flashbangs. We also talked to an individual who was not involved with the protest, and he was just trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood. He had 6 kids loaded into his car, including a 6-month-old, when law enforcement threw a flashbang at his car, and now he has told us all 6 of his kids were transported to the hospital. We saw EMS come in. We expect that they are going to be okay, but obviously that father tonight is very worried about his kids. When he says he wanted nothing to do with this protest, he was just trying to get out of here when he got caught up in all of this. So it's a good reminder that this is a neighborhood. People live here, and right now there's a little bit of chaos in this neighborhood.
And remind me real quick, folks, who were the people who were shooting the flashbang grenades? Was it the protesters? Oh wait, no, it was ICE. ICE was shooting flashbang grenades willy-nilly to such a degree that they started multiple fires. And I wanted to share this with you guys. Here, let me pull this up. Where is this? Here we go.
Hiding EMS into the house. This is the vehicle that the man that I talked to said that he had taken and put his kids into to get them out of the neighborhood, and ICE started throwing flashbangs and tear gas under the vehicle, and he said that his 6-month-old stopped breathing, and now he's inside the house with EMS.
So, oh, spicy. That's lingerie, in case any of you guys forgot. People were confused at what lingerie might be. That was an example of lingerie. This is then the second part of that, real quick. So look, reels are hard to like manage. When you get to the end of a reel, it just like goes, you know what? You guys understand.
My car. It's not even fuck the car. My kid. Inside? Yes. The ambulance is bringing my newborn out the house because we can't breathe. How long? 6 months. And the fucking officer, I told him I was trying to leave. It was.
The officer knew you were trying to leave?
Yes, the officer knew I was trying to leave.
The ICE officer?
Yes. He literally called us trying to leave.
Yeah,
and they threw 3 flashbangs at my car.
The ICE officer fired 3 flashbangs at my car.
Yes, they hit the outside or under my car.
Like, they fired 3 flashbangs at his car full of children, and now his youngest kid can't breathe and needs to be taken to the hospital and might be dead. And guys, I cannot really describe to you how on edge this city is right now. And if ICE kills a 6-month-old baby, I can't even begin to tell you how much this city is gonna fucking explode. People are already angrier beyond what they've previously imagined they could be. And if that comes to be, like, people are gonna lose it. Is the baby still in the hospital? I have no update. I don't know if that baby is alive. I don't know if he made it. I don't know if that guy's kids are okay. Like, it is, really fucking bad here, folks. Here is some footage of the fires that were caught by status quo.
Shots to defend his life. Whoa, we got pepper pellets moving. This way. Oh, all around us. Far into the crowd. Whoa, watch out for the car here, John. Yep, watch out for the car, though.
Come here.
Try. Munitions and tear gas have once again deployed. Whoa. Ooh, there's a small fire behind us that's set by the gas canister.
Over here. What's up behind you?
Come up with.
Like they're literally just firing these grenades willy-nilly and causing brush fires. And hey, does anyone want to guess what happens to bushes and such during the winter time? They get dry.
Fire defensive shots to defend his life. Whoa,
Hey, food
we
farmer.
got pepper.
It's just like it's just horrifying, absolutely horrifying. Unraveled Press had a really good presence documenting all of this from the very beginning. Here are ICE arriving on scene. Look at them ready to lock and unload on this unsuspecting community. Look at how big and tough they are. It's so grotesque, man. Not only that, but like if you watch through this unraveled thread, you see like so many bumblefucks get out of these ICE vehicles. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like this guy's practically falling out of the vehicle as it's moving. Like, he's like a split second away from getting run over by his own guys. Like, it's just crazy. Big man, strong man, smart man. But like, they're just like launching tear gas into this into this community. It's crazy. There are houses around there. I do like that one though. But like here, just again, just so much gas being released into these communities. These are residential areas. God, it disgusts me. I heard that they're being disowned by family and the like, and I love that for them. They deserve to be lonely for the rest of their lives and only have each other to cuddle. It's true. Also, like that massive data leak did them no favors. Like they can't continue to hide. Here is an example of just like the bumblefuckery of ICE. As they were jumping into a vehicle, they're just dropping live round clips. Here's just a.
Are you fucking serious? They've been doing this shit all fucking week.
I'm for that.
Get down!
Give it to us.
Who's that? The motherfucker that just ran by just now?
the guy who ran by just now just dropped it. Like, do you know how much? Do you know how much you have to fuck up to drop an entire like AR mag? That's crazy. I just. This is what got me, right? The Bureau of Prisons showed up. Like the correctional officers showed up. Like, what are you guys doing out here?
None of that gas chamber shit. None of that gas chamber shit. U.S. or Israel?
Get the fuck out!
U.S. or Israel?
Fuck all of you!
U.S. or Israel?
Pathetic coward.
Shame! Fucking shameful!
U.S. or Israel?
God. Big man, strong man. Who sent them? Did Tim Walz send them? I don't think Tim Walz sent the Bureau of Prisons, but I don't know why they would be there at all. You know? It's all been just a gigantic clusterfuck. Now, for those of you who, you know, during the press conference, there was a mention of a 911 call that came from inside the house that the initial like target of ICE was fled into. Here's the 911 call.
En la pierna. Por favor, ayúdenos, tenemos hijos.
Tenemos unos
Asómalo
niños
por la
pequeños
ventana.
aquí en la casa. ¿Y si disparan?
Asómalo así, nada más por fuera. Los de LAI, son los de LAI.
Like, there's a fucking baby in there.
Niña, quítate de ahí. Quítate de ahí. La gente de LAI venían persiguiendo a mi marido hace como media hora, lo estaban tratando de chocar. Y llegó a la casa y como le cerramos la puerta, le dispararon. Marica, me da miedo asomarme en la ventana.
Te voy a decir algo. Si no hubiese visto nieve, nunca me hubiesen agarrado. Ni que quiera. No hubiese pasado nada.
Y el carro... Están aquí abajo afuera tratando de entrar a la casa. Por favor, necesitamos ayuda.
Que me pongas ahí para yo enseñarlo, para que venga la persona y nos ayude.
Yeah, like, it is interesting, right? Like, the count that they're putting forward here is effectively, like, ICE rammed my car and, like, chased me here and then shot me. You know, like, it's... Like, I just... If you thought you were a fugitive from the actual law enforcement, you wouldn't call 911 about it. You know?
Ay, Diosito. Sí, en este momento están afuera de la casa tratando de entrar.
Right now they're outside the house, they're trying to come in.
Anda para el cuarto, anda para el cuarto.
Están abriendo un carro. ¿Ese es el suyo?
¿Cuál?
Están abriendo un carro la parte de atrás.
Sí, es el mío. Va a tener el mío.
El teléfono que ven es fuerte.
En la pierna.
Dile que dispararon una puerta. Hijo, ven. Hijo, ven.
Jesus. You saw there were multiple kids in there. You saw there were multiple kids in there. They fired multiple stun grenades into the house. Fucking lawless pieces of shit. Man, ICE is just fucking out of control. And you know what? Like, not only is ICE out of control, but this entire administration is lying about ICE and lying about all of the circumstances around ICE. They cannot tell the truth to save their lives. Here is Pam Bondi on Fox News earlier tonight talking about how, actually, none of those prosecutors quit because there was no case against Becca Good. She has her own theory about what happened. Let's find out.
Move on to Minnesota. You have multiple employees now that have resigned. They didn't like the fact that there's an investigation into some of these groups. We call it astroturfing. There are different groups, even crowds that you can purchase, believe it or not.
Yeah, again, the idea, look, just we're already in fucking crazy land here. Like, yeah, man, all of the people who showed up at 11 o'clock at night in a residential neighborhood to protest ICE shooting someone in their community. Yeah, they were all hired. George Soros got on the rapid response hiring of a crowd. 100%. God, these fucking ghouls, man.
Not, which is insane. And they didn't want to be a part of this. And you need to get to the bottom of is who might be financing the instances that would be putting ICE.
Oh, if you're having trouble with the GG site, it might be because of VPN. VPNs can kind of fuck it up a little bit.
Agents' lives in jeopardy. Isn't that legitimate? That seems legitimate to me, especially in light of, an 8,000% increase in the threat level and a 1,300% increase in, attacks against these guys.
Yeah, and there's been a 1,000,000% increase in people making stuff the fuck up on Fox News. It's crazy.
Yeah. Sean, we support Secretary Noem. We support our men and women of Homeland Security and ICE who are out there taking predators off the street every day around the country, and they're doing it in Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to...
Yeah, ICE is out there risking their lives. No ICE agent has ever been killed by an immigrant. Not one single ICE agent has ever, in the history of the agency, been killed by an immigrant. The single leading cause for ICE agent deaths on the job is COVID-19. Because all these fuckers are unvaxxed.
Resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the...
They said they quit? No, they didn't quit. I fired them. I fired them because they didn't like ICE. I asked them, do you like ICE? And they said, no. And I said, you're fired, Mr. Menz. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so pathetic. They have to even lie about this.
Office, And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months ago. So he has his hands full. And that's what we're facing around the country, the deep state, in many of these offices. And we learned these people had been out there interviewing at liberal law firms prior to this. But I'll tell you what, from a personnel level, they'd be an HR nightmare. So people better look into them. One of them, actually, in 2022, defended BLM when they burned down a pawn shop and someone was murdered. Yeah, they want to be part of the resistance. Yeah, bring it on.
Yes, because as we all know, BLM is one singular entity that collectively decided, hey, let's go burn down a pawn shop. You know, I remember that memo circulating around, the BLM motion to burn down local pawn shop. You know, people don't talk about it, but you know, so well organized. There was a whole meeting and everything. They voted on it. There were subcommittees. Or maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, maybe Pam Bondi's full of horse shit.
They're not going to be working for Donald Trump and the Department of Justice any longer.
Move on to Minnesota.
Wait, didn't she and doesn't she cover up a pedophile ring? Why, yes, she does, in fact. This is the visage of a woman who is actively impeding an investigation and lawful release of all documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Right now, this woman is currently sitting on 99% of all the Epstein files that she is legally required to release to the public. But yeah, tell us more about how other people are morally objectionable to you. Go for it. Now, I also want to say, like, the federal government has just gotten more and more hateful, specifically towards Minneapolis. Here's Donald Trump talking about how different local community grocery stores are getting SNAP benefits and how he thinks that's fraud because they're run by, you know, immigrants. Like, oh, a halal grocery? Oh, African market? Oh, Southside Food and Deli? Huh. Must be doing fraud because they're being run by immigrants. That's literally the entire argument here. The entire argument is that, oh, Minnesota's rampant with fraud. And, like, the issue here is that I normally wouldn't care necessarily a whole lot if it's just some guy being racist, but this some guy happens to control all federal funding that goes to the state of Minnesota, and he has cut off literally billions of dollars when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to SNAP, when it comes to like childcare. He has cut off billions of dollars in funding to the state of Minnesota on the basis of his own racist fucking lunacy. Where he's just like, well, they're immigrant-run markets, so clearly fraud is happening. We must block all money to the state. It's disgusting. Like, when we're talking about how this is like the federal government declaring war on the state of Minnesota, I mean, like, quite literally, like, why are Minnesotans paying federal taxes? Why are we doing that when, like, they're cutting off all the federal dollars? Like, why on earth would we continue to fund the entity that is sending masked goons onto our streets to abduct people? Like, it makes me so mad. Makes me so mad. And just the heinous cruelty of it continues to escalate. Donald Trump has now announced he's rescinding temporary protected status from Somali folks in the United States. Now, granted, most Somali folks here are like fully fledged citizens of the United States, but those who are still on refugee status, on temporary protected status, like, now they are at risk of being deported to Somalia. It is unimaginable cruelty, ripping apart all of these families, many of them prominent members of the community who work and live and like have friends and neighbors and family here. Like, it is like you are ripping apart their lives for what? For what? Because you think that by virtue of being white you're better than them. By virtue of being white you belong here but they don't. It's just some evil fucking shit. And, like, there are precious few people right now in Washington, D.C. who are responding to this appropriately. And one of them might be old as dirt, but Ed Markey gets it, you know? Ed Markey gets it. Here he is on Chris Hayes' show.
We can't reappropriate funding for ICE. We just can't do that. First of all, the funding is coming from cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, the Department of Education, the Environmental Protection Agency. That's where they're getting the funding in order to increase funding for ICE. So no funding for ICE. We just have to absolutely draw the line and not only say no funding for ICE, but we should begin an impeachment proceeding of Kristi Noem, who is right now actually orchestrating on the streets of our country this almost vigilantism on the part of ICE agents terrorizing cities all across the country, with right now Minneapolis being the prime example.
It's, I mean, like, it is so weirdly refreshing to see and hear an elected official in Washington, D.C. say something that actually makes sense. It feels like it has been ages. And you know what? I am in no way advocating for others to do this, but I do happen to think on a personal level, this activist is pretty cool. You know, I think this is pretty neat. I think it's pretty funny.
The last time I stopped you, was filled with piss, so make sure to write that down. You said someone threw a bottle full of piss at you? Is that what? Yes. You wanted, all this is all piss. You're okay with me coming over to take a shot of all this? Somebody threw a bottle of piss, and it went all inside the vehicle, too, and all over me, so. That's the peaceful protest you're seeing. Can't be running red lights. You guys are gonna T-bone into some families. For sure. Drive safe, guys.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, I love that this guy is just like, they threw piss at me. Can you believe that, man? These peaceful protesters threw piss all over me. Look at that. Get that on there. They threw it all over this car. They got it all over me. And, like, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, do you have no idea how much people here fucking hate you? Like, you're coming in and blackbagging folks that we know and love. You're shooting people we love in the face. Like, you're beating up children and breaking their bones, man. You're disappearing people into a facility that folks who've been there describe as being filled with screams and the sounds of torture. And you're like, oh, I can't believe they would throw piss on me. Dude, you're getting off so fucking lucky. Anyway, turns out ICE agents really don't like it when they get covered in your piss. Do with that information what you will. You know? Like, laugh about it or something. I don't know.
Come on. The last time I stopped you, was filled with piss, so make sure to write that down. You said someone threw a bottle full of piss at you? Is that what? Yes. You wanted, all this is all piss. You're okay with me coming over to take a shot of all this? Somebody threw a bottle of piss, and it went all inside the vehicle, too. And all over me.
And all over me. Why would they do that, man? I was just beating up some poor defenseless Hispanic kid, and next thing you know, they covered me in piss. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Like, fuck off, man. Go back to wherever the fuck you came from. Go back to Oklahoma, Texas, wherever the fuck. We don't want you here. You came here to abduct and brutalize people. And you know what? Like, when you do that, historically speaking, getting covered with piss is a pretty light hand from the community. Honestly, this whole argument is a microcosm of the US government. It's true. Can you believe these guys threw piss on me? I was just trying to kill and brutalize all of them, and they threw piss on me. How indecent of them. I just, man. I do want to point out here, folks, that if you're feeling particularly down, I want to direct you all towards this. This is from David Shore's like Dem consultancy firm testing different messaging, okay? In testing of 15 viral videos about the Minneapolis shooting, raw eyewitness footage and straightforward reporting consistently drove meaningful increases in Trump disapproval, reads the memo, which I've obtained, though it also says some ideologically charged messages were less effective. The testing also found that the killing has broken through with voters, the memo says, with 86% saying they have heard at least a little about it, and 76% saying they've seen the footage. And importantly, the testing also finds that Democratic proposals to rein in ICE have a broad support. Voters favor requiring warrants for arrests by 29 points and back a prohibition against masking during arrests by 16 points, though abolish ICE remains a few points underwater, which has, by the way, since that memo came out, shifted. Abolishing ICE is now like 2 points above water. Oddly enough, it's crazy. Okay? So, just so you know, we're getting to a point where abolishing ICE is becoming a popular messaging point. Really? They needed a poll for this? Yeah, because Democrats are cowards, man. Democrats are cowards, and like a large portion of the Democratic elected base in office will never say anything until it's poll tested. Frankly. Again, because they're cowards. And I wanted to talk a little bit about what is happening with regards to indigenous folks in Minneapolis, largely, and in Minnesota broadly, because I know it so often gets overlooked in what is happening locally. But this is just fucking insane. Okay? So I mentioned yesterday on the show that multiple members of the Oglala Sioux tribe and nation were disappeared by ICE. All right? They are now confirmed to be in ICE custody. However, ICE isn't releasing them. And the reason why they're not releasing them is bizarre as hell. Okay? So, the Pioneer Press here is reporting that, well, let's just take a look here. The president of the Oglala Sioux tribe in South Dakota on Tuesday called for the immediate release of tribal members who were detained at a homeless encampment by ICE agents in Minnesota last week. 3 of the 4 Oglala Sioux tribe members who were arrested in Minneapolis on Friday have been transferred to an ICE facility at Fort Snelling. President Frank Starr comes out, says in a statement released with a memorandum sent to federal immigration authorities. Okay. The Oglala Sioux tribe's memorandum makes clear that tribal citizens are not aliens and are categorically outside immigration jurisdiction. Enrolled tribal members are citizens of the United States by statute and citizens of the Oglala Sioux Nation by treaty. Makes sense so far. Okay. Let's see what they have to say. In the memorandum sent to the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, Starr comes out, said that when the tribal nation reached out to the agency, it was provided with only the first names of the men. Homeland Security refused to release more information unless the tribe, quote, entered into an immigration agreement with ICE. So, just to recap what is happening here, ICE has detained multiple indigenous people across Minnesota and is refusing to even release any information about them or their status until the Oglala Sioux Nation enters into a formal immigration agreement with ICE. But why would they do that? Like, where are you going to deport them, man? Where are you going to deport them? They're indigenous. They're from here. What kind of immigration agreement could they possibly enter into? Like, like I read this and it broke my brain earlier. ICE has no jurisdiction on tribal land, so fuck no. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Oglala Sioux Nation is like, no. In a post to his Facebook page, Starr comes out, said the 4 detained tribal members are experiencing homelessness and living under a bridge in Minneapolis. One of the members was released from detention. And in the press release, he demanded information on the status of the 3 men in detention and release of all tribal citizens in ICE custody and a meeting between the tribe and the government. And, like, that's where things stand right now. That's just where things stand. ICE is just saying, no, you have to have an immigration agreement with us. Otherwise, we're not releasing them. We're just going to hold them indefinitely, I guess. They're essentially holding them hostage. Yeah. Yes. It all comes off as a big humiliation ritual. I'm sure that's also part of it, right? Like, ICE is fully staffed up with, like, white nationalists, white supremacists, etc. Like, I'm sure part of it is also, like, they want to feel like big men who are better than, like, these non-white folks. But, like, it's absolutely beyond disgusting. Like, when I say that the United States federal government is at war with the state of Minnesota and the nations, like the indigenous tribal nations, I do mean that. Like, they have made it absolutely clear they are willing to take people hostage. They are willing to, like, brutalize and kill whoever they want. It is infuriating. And I do want to say, at the very least, some folks are working to push back. And I do want to say thank you to folks who brought up the effort to build up a strike movement here in the Twin Cities, which is currently scheduled for to begin on January 23rd. I'm going to play this and then we'll talk a little bit about it, okay?
We are not going to shop. We are not going to work. We are not going to school on Friday, January 23rd. And so for some people, they call that a strike. For many of us, we say that this is our right to refusal until something changes. We're doing it with unions, like the St. Paul Federation of Educators, Unite Here, Local 17, SEIU, Local 26, our ATU, our transit union here in Minnesota, and many, many more unions are gathering. We are asking every single person, every family member, every teacher, every bus driver, every child care worker, to come together, to be in community, to stand with one another. That's exactly what Renee Good was doing. Standing up for her neighbor. Her whistleblowing was returned by bullets. We will not, we cannot let that stand. Minnesota will not continue to be a testing ground for the kind of fear and violence that is expected for the rest of this country. We will not allow that to happen. There are lies being spewed about our neighbors here to give an excuse to try to validate why we have thousands of mass officers here harming our people and harming us, taking citizens from where they work, beating people up and dropping them off at random locations. This is not rumor. We are seeing it with our own eyes every single day. And so now is the time. If you ever wondered for yourself, when is the time that we do something different? When is the time that we stand up and say that this has to change, that this needs to end? The time is now.
So obviously, like, that was pretty compelling. And I do think that the question, like, how will a localized strike stop ICE? That's a great question, Super Jet Guy. And my answer is it probably won't. But what it can do is it can increase pressure and work as kind of like a warning shot across the bow. Like, we are getting more and more organized. We are coordinated enough to do this. And we're going to continue to get more organized and get our shit together for bigger and stronger, more prolonged action. Right? And not only that, it's important to look at, because I didn't know which unions were on board and like how big and powerful are those unions. And so I looked into it, and the Amalgamated Transit Union is one of the ones that they're working with. That basically represents local railway workers. Okay. Additionally, SEIU, the local service workers in the Twin Cities. Unite Here represents hospitality workers in the area. CWA is ostensibly for communication workers. It seems to be pretty localized to AT&T different locations. But perhaps, last but certainly not least, the St. Paul Federation of Educators represents a pretty sizable block of teachers. And so teachers, even if just St. Paul teachers, and railway workers in the Twin Cities area, and service workers in the Twin Cities area, and hospitality workers, etc., don't show up for work for a day, that can cause a whole bunch of headaches. That is not going to be something that is just ignored, by and large. And I will say also that there seems to be efforts to coordinate with multiple other unions as well, so we'll see how many wind up being on board by the 23rd. And as a one-day event, like, a lot of people can participate in that. And I will also throw out there that more people getting involved and participating gives them a day where they can turn out to protest. So hopefully we get some mileage out of that. Okay? People are coming together in solidarity, and it's going to be beautiful. Railway workers, educators, service workers, those three alone are going to be huge. And hey, you know what? Maybe those hospitality workers not showing up for work one day might give ICE who are staying in the hotels around here a hard time. And I wanted to take a look at some other folks in Washington who are doing the right thing. Here's Chris Murphy.
The United States Congress should not fund a Department of Homeland Security that is not obeying the laws of the United States of America.
Like, this needs to be, like, the basic ask. This needs to be the starting point for a lot of these Democrats on Capitol Hill. And, like, I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna be able to put stuff together here, because, like, how do I put this? There are 3,000 ICE agents total deployed across the Twin Cities area. Now, that's a lot. I'm going to level with you. That's a lot of ICE agents. But I also want to point out that earlier today, 800 people, 800 concerned citizens and parents in the community showed up to defend Whittier Elementary. 800 for one school. 800 concerned citizens, concerned parents showed up and defended their kids. There are 3,000 ICE agents. There are a lot of schools around here, folks. And you know what? ICE is causing such a fucking dust up that I have no doubt that every single school is getting organized in this way. Here, oh god. Here are ICE agents outside of Aquila Elementary School in St. Louis Park. Showing up. And you can hear the fucking response from the community. Running them out of there. But I want y'all to understand, they're showing up to try and, like, intimidate children. They're threatening people's kids. The amount of rage that is actively engaged right now against ICE is difficult to put into words. But we fucking outnumber these pieces of shit. And they're going to get us even more organized as things go forward. And ain't no amount of tear gas, ain't no amount of pepper spray or pepper balls or stun grenades that they can get their hands on is going to stop the parents in this community from coming together and putting a right strong stop to this kind of shit. These fucking KKK members of the modern era are just taking pieces of playbooks out of the KKK members of the past era. Because guess who showed up at schools to try and intimidate non-white kids? And kids who are integrating with non-white kids. It was the fucking KKK, guys. Go watch that video on Nick Shirley I put up the other day, because I think I laid out a pretty compelling case how these guys are just fucking modern day slave catcher KKK Gestapo hybrids. All right? Go check that out. These fucking loser pieces of shit. You can hear one guy in there, looks like you were trying to make a propaganda video, huh, tough guy? Which, like, yeah, I want y'all to keep in mind, their entire goal here is to make propaganda videos for their big recruitment push that's going to happen later this year. Their entire purpose here is to get that sweet, sweet B-roll and sizzle footage. These fucking monsters. Like, look at how fucking mad. You can hear how fucking mad these adults are. Get the fuck out of my fucking city! Like, you can hear that lady in the background. She's basically ready to throw down fisticuffs with all these fuckers. Now, I do want to say, folks, that apropos of nothing, a gallon of deer urine can cost about $60. Now, that's just an unrelated fact to everything else that we've seen tonight. Something to keep in mind if you are interested in procuring large amounts of urine for, your various urine purposes. Coyote urine is cheaper? Why? That's fascinating. Coyote urine cost per gallon. Oh, wow! You can buy 32 ounces of coyote urine for $34.95. That's interesting. Interesting stuff. Now, wait a minute. Some of these gallon prices of coyote urine are exorbitant. Why, this place is charging almost $120. I guess the kind of urine you're going to get matters a whole lot. I can buy deer urine by the 5-gallon bucket. Interesting. Anyway, apropos of nothing. Just thought you all might be interested for your various deer repellent purposes. All that being said, folks, people are getting organized. And the governor might not be coming to save us. The, courts might not be coming to save us as fast as we would like. But you know what? We're going to be there for each other. And we're going to be finding new and novel ways to stand up for our communities in as many different ways as we can think of. And they are not going to be able to adapt. They are not going to be able to figure out which way their ass is pointing. Because again, these people are dipshits. These people are from out of town. They don't know this area. They're living in hotels. They're sad as fuck. And that's the entire reason why their life has led them to the point where they're joining up with ICE. Okay? Like, everything in their life had to go wrong for them to be here. And we're gonna win. We're gonna outlast these fuckers, and we're gonna have a lot of fun doing it in the process. Inject a little bit of joy into your organizing apparatuses, So, all that being said, folks, that's where I'm gonna pause here. I know that was so fucking much. but I think that was good. I think we done good tonight covering all this shit. So folks, if you got anything out of that, please hit the like button. Leave a comment longer than 8 words on the, if you're watching it as a segment. And also, please consider hitting the subscribe button, hitting the follow button. Do the things. Consider financially supporting stream if you haven't yet. And, also get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Getting organized is how we beat these guys. Okay? So if you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We're getting a bunch of people involved right now. It's really, really cool to see. And the entire effort here is to do essentially what I deem a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party on the local level. And if enough of us can do that, then guess what? We can do it on the state level. We can do it on the national level, and we can beat these clowns. Okay? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Chuck Schumer? You guys think we can't beat Chuck Schumer? That weak ass, pansy ass bitch? Nah. Join us. Let's get involved, and together we'll crush these corporate Democrats that want to see us crushed in turn. Folks, I'll be on the Transatlantic Call-In show tomorrow. Go check that out. And also, folks, whistle sound. I appreciate all of you. I'm going to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. When I come back, I'll read out donos. We'll chill a little bit. Maybe we'll do another segment. We'll see. But for now, I will be right back. Sorry, I really have to use the bathroom so badly. That Indian food is coming back to haunt me, but it was so fucking tasty. BRB.
These are Woody Guthrie's words. He wrote this song in around 1950. Fred Trump was Woody's landlord, and U.S. Elevator put some music to it. It's called Old Man Trump.
I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he's stirred in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drawed that color line down here at his Beach Haven family project. Beach Haven ain't my home, I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk to go. I said no, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home. I'm yelling out a welcome to you and your man both, welcoming you to live here at Beach Haven, to love in any way you please, and have some kind of decent place to raise your kids up in. Beach Haven ain't my home, I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven ain't my home, I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk could go. I said no, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home. Oh no, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home. Take it away, Brian. I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he stirred in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drawed that color line down here at his Beach Haven family project. Beach Haven ain't my home, I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven ain't my home, I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk will go. I said no, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home. No, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home. No, no, man Trump, Beach Haven ain't my home.
Go.
Nice. That was the one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to start off with a song about a woman who is a heroine of mine. Her name at birth was Mary Harris, and she was born in Cork City, right there in Shandon, right in the centre of Cork. And she didn't stay too long because her parents emigrated to America. And She, in later life, became a union agitator, I think, more than an organizer, and her name became Mother Jones, and she organised or agitated on behalf of the coal miners, largely, of West Virginia and Colorado, and she was a great woman. She didn't live in Cork very long, but she certainly had a tongue which could only have been raised in Cork. It's called The Spirit of Mother Jones. Mother Jones is dead and gone, she could no longer stay. No one knew how old she was, but she was often heard to say how she was born in 1830 in the Swede County Cork. But she crossed the foaming billows till she landed in New York. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Her marching up the street with her umbrella in her hand. I can hear her still at Ludlow, where the miners made a stand. And she says, John T., will you kindly tell to me, how could you let your troopers lay them 13 children down in the horrors of West Virginia and in Colorado too? Mother Jones and her miners they never could subdue, and the men they stood on ground in their tents and planted vine. And the women stood like a wall of steel, and nothing could batter down. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Now for the horrors of child labour, says she. And the march of the mill children took place in 1903 from Philadelphia to New York. And she says, I'm going to show Wall Street the flesh and blood they squeezed to make their dough. When she died in 1930, oh, the sadness was profound. And they laid her to rest in a Union burial ground. And she lies in Mount Olive, where the midnight wind it moans. Stand up for the Union, cries the spirit of Mother Jones. And the rich man and his police and his pulpit and his press got away with murder, then they'd get away with it yet. But we'll forge a mighty union, and we won't be overthrown, and we never will forget the spirit of Mother Jones.
A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a buck. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. bunch of bitches if I ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe. But no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. Bitches.
Love it. Love it. Let's go. How y'all doing, folks? Is this the Jazz Dog mix? It is indeed. Whoever made these songs is a genius. I agree. Jazz Dog is a genius and the jazziest dog I know. Both can be true. Just an update on Backward Man 77. They were suspended for violations of TOS. They'll probably be back someday, but I hope they learned something about calling for violence. I don't know who that is, but thank you for the update. Also, let me that reminds me. There we go. Sorry You're Blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. And let's read some donos, huh? I've also turned on the alerts again, so apologies. I thought they were on at the moment. I have a she-we and a gallon jug. Also need some Earth to Even No Kings on here. Oh, Earth to Eden, right? Or Earth to Eve. I think it's Earth to Eve. Yeah, No Kings is great. She does put out bangers. I know of her. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And folks, we are currently at 605 subs out of our 700 goal, just as an FYI. Let's read some donos. Maliki, we read yours earlier. Again, condolences. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Poo poo pee pee 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 poo poo pee pee. Indeed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Evil killed good and now wants to cover up that they killed good. Indeed. Agreed. 1000%. Matt Tatiahu, thank you for gifting Asuka a tier 1 sub over on the site. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. How did they never make an episode called It's Always Sunni in Riyadh? I have no idea where that comment came from, but it's very fucking funny. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Philip J. Fry would be more competent. True. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. When you make Arnold Freeze look like the coolest man on earth. Who is that?
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
It's too true. I'm back in. Yeah, my GG app isn't working. Let me check out the website on my app. I also have an app. If the problems on the app persist tomorrow, I will shoot out a message to White Forest. Let's see. Beep 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 beep. You have some issues with the chat not loading sometimes? Okay, it's loading on mine. But my, now that I've loaded it on my phone, it's now not loading for me on the screen, so, maybe, huh. Weird. Been having issues on the website here too? I'm sorry to hear that. Just came by to say I hope you're keeping you and yours safe, Jack. Also, furthermore, Minnesota is Canada. It's true. We're little Canada. And I'm doing my best to try and keep me and mine safe. It's really, really stressful. I feel like I have aged, 20 years in the last couple weeks. Like, guys, it is hard for me to emphasize as somebody who's like, my job, right, is to talk to you guys about this shit and to know what is happening. And it is hard to emphasize enough how, like, doing this and emoting to all of you completely obliterates my ability to be like a human being, and do like the necessary human things to function. It's really fucking hard. Not to like be all woe is me about my job. Like, the fact that you guys support me and allow me to do this job and like I can do that consistently, that's crazy to me. And it's really, really cool, and I really appreciate it. But also I'm autistic as hell, and so like when I'm done with this, I'm probably just gonna sit on a couch and like stare at a wall. Yeah, after last night's show, I did that for like 3 hours. I wasn't able to fall asleep until about 6 o'clock in the morning. Have I eaten today? Yeah, I had some delicious Indian food before I started stream. I'll probably disappear again, but that doesn't mean you aren't all in my thoughts. True, and likewise, you're in ours. I always wonder when a known chatter name disappears. I always wonder what happens to you guys, and I hope you're okay. Are you like the only influencer in Minneapolis? I don't think so. There are other people here. It's currently 4 a.m. where I am. This shit is draining me, and I don't even have to talk about it. Yeah. It's currently 3 o'clock in the morning where I am, so. Oh, folks. I don't know if does Leah Miller live in Minnesota? I didn't know that. That's cool. Kiss Majolk, of course you're regular enough chatter to be recognized. Folks, consider supporting the stream. We're getting really close to our top tier goal, which is, of course, to watch a fun anime. We're gonna have at some point in the near future, and I'm thinking maybe Friday or Saturday, we're gonna have a fun stream where we just like do all of the things that I've promised you guys that I'm gonna do. We're gonna do the Rudyard video, the What If Alt Hist video about the Unabomber. We're gonna go over Milo Yiannopoulos interviewing with the church militant, talking about how he's totally not gay anymore. We're going to be going over the Holy Mac series. And if we meet this goal, we'll also be doing the Milky Subway Galaxy Express anime that is on YouTube. It should be really, really fun. I'm really looking forward to it.
Speaking of supporting the stream and Jack, best
yeah.
I can do, but every little bit and all that, yeah? Love, light, and warmth to you and yours, Jack.
Lady Raincloud, thank you for the $30 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. And I appreciate the kind thoughts as well. Like, and Lady Raincloud, you know some of like my extenuating circumstances that make the current times more scary. One day I'll be able to tell all you guys folks, all you guys about it, but like fuck, it's scary. There's no hope? Oh, fuck off with that. Despairing to that degree is a fucking luxury. Don't do that. I have my good days and bad days. Hell yeah, we all do. We all do. Hope is like, like hope, the idea that hope springs eternal, I disagree. You gotta take action to spur your own hope. Kind of like you gotta, in order to light a fire, you gotta start your own spark, you know? Girly girl, I love you, but maybe you gotta take a time out from politics streams for a bit. Cause like, I've seen you in chat before, and like, you take some real mental damage, and like, it's okay to not take that damage until like you can handle it. Mentally stressed but not giving up. Hell yeah, comrade girl. Hope is the way of the Rebel Alliance. True. Whew. Let's see. We'll talk about this tomorrow, I think. You know what? You know what? Let's do this one. This will be fun, okay? Real quick. So, folks, I've been meaning to talk about this story for a bit because it's just one of the most absolutely legendary things I've ever seen in my life. Right? So, there is this old school hacker who goes by the name Martha Root. And Martha Root is just one of the absolute realists to ever do it. And what she did was that she spent months infiltrating a white supremacist neo-Nazi dating website, and she used an AI chatbot to seduce these neo-Nazis and learn everything about them. And then got all of that information, put it into different profiles on each and every one of these guys, and downloaded all of their profiles, and figured out who the owner of the site was. And then she published all of it live, right? She published it all of that information, and then she attended a hacktivist, like, symposium where she got on stage and deleted all of their shit. Like, took down everything on stage. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. Dressed as the Pink Power Ranger. DeleteWhiteChild.net.
Bitte einen riesen Applaus. Für Martha Root. Bitte guckt und nicht
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes. Some wear Power Rangers outfits. Oh, it's so much more than just deleting the whole website. Like, you can look at each of the steps done here. Like, deleted the deleted the website, deleted the server, deleted the file system, deleted the database, deleted all of the backups, deleted the Twitter account, the Substack account, the admin email account, like all of the backup email accounts. Like, just absolutely incredible. All of the even... Just so fucking cool. Just some of the coolest shit I've ever seen. Oh my god. Holy shit. You know, like, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. I just... Also, in case you're wondering what the demographic breakdowns of the people who use that site were, here's where they were all based. People went through and did, like, a whole bunch of, like, data breakdowns on these people. Most of them were from the United States, because, of course, we fail the test. But, like, linkies, here you go. Here's the link. Oh, that is the longest fucking link I've ever seen. Can I get, like, a small one? There we go. It is unfortunately on Twitter, but this is where I could find the video. Just absolute legend. Oh, interestingly enough, the owner of the website, not a man. Not a man. Just a, you know, a humble white lady looking to ensure the future of the white race, I guess. But, you know. Some of the additional things, like using the cameras placed around different, like, locations, like, they got video of the owner of this website going to actual honest to God Nazi meetings. Like, goddamn. God damn. And you can look at all of the data on a website. All of the data that she collected is on a website called okstupid.lol. The only place where one person's questionable life choices meet the tragicomic world of far-right online dating. I poked around the digital love bunker so you don't have to. You're welcome, probably. Like, it's a whole ass thing. Imagine calling yourselves the master race, but forgetting to secure your own website. Maybe try mastering to host WordPress before world domination. That, like, all the photos geotagged. Like, holy shit, guys. Like, she got everything. Anyway, wonderful, wonderful work. We all, hats off to Martha Root. Just what an incredible, incredible accomplishment. And You know what? I think that's a wonderful note to end on. If you guys got anything out of this, leave a comment. I just wanted to share with you something good for a change. You know, something nice. And go forth, share that info, do with it what you will. Leave a like and comment longer than 8 words, and consider subscribing. We need to get organized to beat these folks, because while they may suck at dating, they are also getting organized. We need to get more organized than them. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help getting organized, join our Discord. We can help you get plugged into your local Dems, your local DSA, and figure out how to radicalize your Dems and make your DSA more effective. So do those things. And last but certainly not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Very comfortable. We've got new designs coming in the future, along with new colors. And be sure to continue tuning in with that. So link should be down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Wearing it today, it's great. I'm wearing it today too. How about them apples? I wear it basically every day. They had to put their energy into politics. Nobody wanted to date them. True. True. Woo, folks. Hope you enjoyed that. Oh God. Just I thought you guys would enjoy that. Just like a bite-sized little bunch of silly. Oh. We must secure a future for our website. Jesus. Super Jet Guy, everyone thought the pink Power Ranger was cute. Also, everyone thought the Yellow Ranger was cute. Also, everyone thought the Blue Ranger was cute. And everyone thought the Green Ranger was cute. And the Red Ranger. They were all fucking cute. It's true. I will be on the Transatlantic call-in show tomorrow, folks. Even Zordon? Not Zordon. And not the robot. I hope I have fun on Takis tomorrow. I always get a little nervous about the call-in portion, like I'm gonna lose my shit on someone, but usually that's fine. Alpha, thank you. Wait, look. There's a difference between being cute and adorable, okay? Alpha 5 was adorable like a puppy's adorable. The Power Rangers were cute like people are cute. Oof. You'll do great. Thanks, Amber Brains. Yeah, there were documents in the ICE vehicles. I did not show them on screen, just out of an abundance of caution. But those ICE vehicles that were vandalized were opened up, and folks found FBI patches inside, which begs the question: are ICE agents illegally identifying themselves as FBI agents? And also, there were a lot of other documents. I'm not sure exactly what the nature of those were. But I don't know if it duplicates information we already had, due to the massive ice leak that happened 2 days ago. The cars got vandalized too. Yeah, because ICE just straight up left multiple of their vehicles behind full of their shit. Oh, I already got him, Sage. Don't you worry. Some names and hotel info. God. I fucking hate that there are hotels in the area that are willing to put them up. Right now, I know that they're in the Canopy in Minneapolis. I also know that they're in a Residence Inn in Plymouth. I know that they were for a while in an Edina hotel. There have been a number of places in the area where they've been staying, and it's just fucking gross. The Graduate Hilton, yeah. Don't be a Denethor, be a better whore. True. True. I don't think it's legal that it's legal to deny them lodging. It absolutely is. Like, if a bunch of neo-Nazis want to come into your bar, you can tell them to fuck off. If a bunch of neo-Nazis want to stay in your hotel, you can also tell them to fuck off. Your outfit has Nami vibes, does it? It is a crop top. I think it's very cute. I don't think I genuinely I don't think being a neo-Nazi is a protected class. Like, you can't deny someone local accommodations on the basis of race or religion, national origin, sex, disability, age, what have you. But I think you can deny it to neo-Nazis. Like, there's nothing there. Occupation isn't protected. Occupation is not protected. You can refuse to quarter troops, though. True. Rita Repulsa, my beloved. There you go. Wire Sponge, a chatter of taste over there. Ugh. Oh, God. I forgot that I put this in here. We'll deal with that another time. No! Despicable person! No! Fuck, that scared me. Jesus. Yeah, Forlorn 79. Hilton punished a hotel that did deny ICE lodging by like stripping them of their right to be a Hilton affiliate or whatever. At the beginning of stream, you were talking about a lady. You said she wasn't special. I didn't see it. I was just listening to stream. Yeah, I was saying she wasn't special because, like, despite the fact that what she is doing may seem extraordinary, many people in the community are doing extraordinary things. You know, like it's because Minnesotans are making the extraordinary commonplace. So that's why I was saying she wasn't special. Because a bunch of people are being special. To such a degree that it is normal to be so exceptional here. Is there a photo of her? What is she doing? What was she doing? She ran outside to protest an ICE shooting that happened near her house. And because it was so short notice and she didn't have any time to prepare, she strapped like a kitchen griddle to her chest over her like winter clothes that set and painted ICE out on it, and then ran out into the street knowing that she was going to get shot with crowd control munitions. You know, like that seems pretty exceptional, but a lot of folks are out there doing exceptional things to oppose ICE. Wonder, is Minneapolis shaping up to be another Portland? I don't know what that means. Is there any photos? The media is so bad. Yeah, there are photos, but you'll have to go back and stream to find them because I have already closed out of those tabs. Because I had to because they were crashing my computer. Baymont by Windham in Manitowoc, Wisconsin might be a good hotel to boycott for no particular reason. Well, that's interesting, sweet blasphemy. We'll have to all look into that. As in, the Portland has a lot of experience in resisting reactionary forces, very well organized, and are usually mobilized. Yeah, Minneapolis has that potential, yeah. Use your pocket supercomputer if you need to. I don't think you guys understand how many tabs I have open at any given time on my computer. Also, folks, consider supporting the stream if you haven't yet. I think I'm going to be done for the night. It's about 3:30 in the morning, and I am sleepy as hell. We've been going for over 4 hours, and I've got a lot of shows to do tomorrow. We're going to be going for about 3 hours with the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I'll be taking call-ins from random folks who want to talk about or debate trans issues. And then later on tomorrow night, I will be, again, doing a politics show. We should maybe be able to cover a lot more stuff. There are still so many ICE topics I have yet to get to, and I would love to get to them. But I think we went over our allotted ice time today. And I think it was necessary. You know? Haven't heard the ice news for the past 24 hours? You can go back to the start of stream because we talked about a lot of ice stuff already. We'll talk about some of the conservative reactions from like to ICE and what they're doing. We'll be doing a whole lot of shit. We'll be talking about Jonathan Ross's GoFundMe as well. Goddamn. But we'll talk about all of it. It's gonna be some good stuff. And hopefully give you a little bit of hope and give you some actions you can do if you are interested in helping the Minneapolis community. So all of that stuff we should cover tomorrow. Deep breaths, everyone. And who is Bandrew? I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know. Do the things that help the stream grow. Drop those subs and donos. Good night, y'all. Bye.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. we shall overcome some.